Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the weight of the manila folder in my hands as I sat in my car outside the Westlake apartment complex. The streetlights cast long, pale shadows across my notepad, where I jotted down the sparse details of this peculiar case. A light mist had settled over the parking lot, softening the edges of reality just enough to make this whole situation feel like something from a half-remembered dream. The apartment had been listed as vacant for years, yet every month the landlord found a rent check neatly folded under his door. But when he finally checked the unit, it was fully furnished, food still fresh on the counter, and a letter addressed to him that read, "Please stop looking for me." My name is Detective Morgan Hayes, and I specialize in cases that fall between the cracks, the ones that aren't quite criminal but aren't quite right either. This particular mystery had landed on my desk 3 days ago when Harold Winters, the property manager of Westlake Apartments, called the precinct in a state of nervous confusion. "I've been collecting rent from a tenant who doesn't exist," he had said, his voice barely audible over the phone, "for 3 years. The clock on my dashboard read 11:17 p.m. as I finally stepped out of my car. The complex was quiet, a 3-story building with exterior walkways and doors that faced an inner courtyard. Most of the windows were dark, save for the occasional blue flicker of a television screen. I climbed the concrete stairs to the second floor, my footsteps echoing slightly in the night air. Apartment 2B, the phantom tenant's residence, was at the end of the walkway. I paused outside the door, noting the absence of any personal touches. No welcome mat, no seasonal wreath, nothing to suggest someone called this place home. The door itself was painted a muted forest green, with a small peephole that reflected my distorted face back at me. Harold had given me the key reluctantly. "I don't know if we should be doing this," he had muttered. "Whoever it is, they pay on time, never complains, best tenant I've never had." The lock turned with surprising smoothness. I pushed the door open, greeted by the soft scent of lemon furniture polish and something else, something like old books and dried flowers. I reached for the light switch, and a warm lamp in the corner came to life, revealing a perfectly appointed living room. Everything about the space felt staged, like a showroom in a furniture store. A beige sofa faced a modest television. A coffee table held 3 art books stacked at a precise angle. The kitchen counter displayed a bowl of fresh apples and bananas. A dining table was set for one, with a single white plate, a cloth napkin, and silverware arranged with meticulous attention. Yet something about the apartment made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't what was present, it was what was missing. No mail scattered on the counter, no shoes by the door, no jacket thrown over a chair, none of the natural disorder that comes from daily living. I moved carefully through the space, noting details in my small leather-bound notebook. The refrigerator contained fresh groceries, milk dated for the end of the week, vegetables in the crisper drawer, leftovers in a glass container. The bathroom had a toothbrush standing in a cup, a rolled towel hanging from a ring. The bedroom closet contained neatly arranged clothes, men's clothes, seasonally appropriate in muted colors. But there were no photographs anywhere, no personal mementos, nothing that would identify who lived here. As I stood in the center of the living room, I noticed something I had missed before, a small desk tucked into an alcove near the window. On it sat a typewriter, an actual manual typewriter, with a sheet of paper still loaded in the carriage. I approached it slowly, the floorboards creaking softly beneath my feet. The paper contained a single typed line, I'll be home by the time you finish reading this." A chill ran down my spine despite the comfortable temperature in the apartment. I turned slowly, half expecting to find someone standing behind me. The room remained empty. I returned to my examination of the desk. The drawers slid open silently, revealing meticulous organization, pens arranged by color, paper clips in a small glass dish, stamps in a book. And in the bottom drawer, a stack of rent checks, already filled out for the next 12 months, each dated for the first of the month. Behind the checks was a leather-bound journal. I hesitated before picking it up, feeling like I was crossing some invisible line. The journal was heavy in my hands, its cover soft from use. I opened it carefully, finding page after page of neat handwriting, documenting daily routines in precise detail. 7:15 a.m. coffee brewed, 7:30 a.m. breakfast consumed, 8:00 a.m. left for work. The entries continued like this day after day, month after month, but there was never any mention of where work was or any interaction with another human being. No mentions of friends, family, or colleagues, just the mechanical recording of a life lived in isolation. The last entry was dated 3 days ago, the same day Harold Winters had called me. 11:42 p.m. Landlord entered apartment while I was reading, watched from the closet as he looked around. He seemed nervous, left after 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Decision made, time to relocate. My hand froze on the page. Harold had entered the apartment before calling me. He hadn't mentioned that, and more disturbingly, someone had been here, watching him from the closet. I glanced at the bedroom closet, now closed, and felt my pulse quicken. Slowly, I closed the journal and placed it back exactly as I had found it. The apartment suddenly felt smaller, the air heavier. As I continued my investigation, I discovered more oddities. A stack of mail addressed to different names, all with this apartment's address. A drawer full of key copies. A collection of landlord notices addressed to previous tenants, dating back 15 years. The implications were becoming clear, but I needed to confirm my suspicions. I called Harold from the apartment. "Mr. Winters, when did you become the property manager at Westlake?" "About 3 years ago," he answered, confusion evident in his voice. "Why?" "And the tenant in 2B, the checks started appearing right after you took over." "Yes, how did you know?" "Just checking some facts," I replied, my eyes drifting to the typewriter with its ominous message. "One more question before you called me. Did you enter this apartment?" The silence on the other end of the line told me everything. "Mr. Winters." Yes, I used my master key. I was curious. The rent checks were always on time, but I realized I'd never met the tenant, never had a maintenance request, nothing. "And what did you see when you came in?" Another pause, nothing unusual, just a normal, tidy apartment. That's what spooked me. It looked lived in, but I've never seen anyone come or go. I thanked him and ended the call, the pieces falling into place. I returned to the journal, flipping through its pages more carefully now. In the entries from 3 years ago, I found what I was looking for. New landlord today, older man, walks with a slight limp, seems less observant than the previous one. This arrangement might work longer than the last. As night deepened outside the window, I pieced together the story. Someone, a person who valued invisibility, had been living in vacant apartments in this building for years, perhaps decades. They moved from unit to unit as management changed, always staying one step ahead, leaving just enough of a paper trail to avoid suspicion, but never enough to be found. They weren't a ghost, they were a shadow, slipping through the cracks of normal society, existing in plain sight yet completely unseen. I closed my notebook and prepared to leave, knowing I would never find this person. They were already gone, moved to another vacant apartment somewhere else, beginning their invisible life anew. All that remained were the carefully arranged possessions, props in a play about normal life, and the checks that would continue to arrive under someone else's door. As I reached for the light switch, my phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. Detective Hayes, thank you for your careful investigation. Please lock the door when you leave, and please stop looking for me. I stood frozen for a moment, then slowly scanned the room one final time. Somewhere someone was watching. Somewhere someone knew exactly who I was and why I was here. I switched off the light and left, locking the door behind me. The phantom tenant's case would remain open but inactive, a mystery without a crime, a puzzle without a solution. And somewhere in the city, in another vacant apartment, a shadow continued its careful, invisible existence, leaving just enough of a trace to be real, but never enough to be found. Story 2, the air was different that morning. I remember it distinctly, that peculiar stillness that settles over a place when something isn't quite right. I'd been an investigator for nearly 20 years, but nothing in my experience had prepared me for what awaited at the end of Blackwood Lane. The mansion had burned to the ground a decade ago. No survivors, no remains, only ashes. But when the developers arrived to clear the land, they found the house rebuilt. Rooms perfectly intact, photographs lining the walls, and every single photo featured people who had never been identified. I parked my car at the edge of the property, the gravel crunching softly beneath my tires. The sound echoed in the strange silence that enveloped the estate. 10 years ago, the Harmon mansion had been reduced to nothing but charred timber and melted glass. The fire had been so intense that firefighters could only watch as the historic home disappeared into the night. Now, as I stepped out of my vehicle, I found myself staring at a perfect Victorian structure, its white paint gleaming in the morning light, windows reflecting the cloudy sky like patient eyes. Detective Mercer, a voice called from the porch. It was Collins, the county records clerk who had phoned me that morning. His face was pale, his fingers trembling slightly as he clutched a manila folder against his chest. I've been waiting. I couldn't go back inside alone. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight as I climbed to the porch. Each sound seemed to linger a moment too long in the cool air. Collins handed me the folder without a word, and I opened it to find photographs, old ones, from the original investigation of the fire. I compared them to the house before me, detail by detail. The ornate trim around the roof, the stained glass panel above the door, the distinctive weather vane shaped like a raven, identical in every way. Who reported this? I asked, my voice unnaturally quiet. The development team, Collins replied, his eyes never leaving the front door. They arrived yesterday to begin site clearing. Found this, called the county office in a panic. I nodded, closing the folder and handing it back. Let's take a look inside. The door opened with a gentle resistance, as if reluctant to allow our entrance. The foyer was immaculate, polished hardwood floors reflecting the crystal chandelier above. A grandfather clock stood against one wall, its pendulum swinging in perfect rhythm, though I couldn't hear it ticking. To my right, a grand staircase curved upward to the second floor. The Harmons were collectors, Collins whispered beside me. Art antiques. They had 3 children, all lost in the fire. But what drew my attention were the photographs, dozens of them lining the walls of the entrance hall, ornate frames holding images of people, men, women, children, all posed formally, as was common in early photography. Some smiled stiffly at the camera, others stared with solemn expressions, all unfamiliar. I moved closer to one, a young woman in a high-collared dress, her hair pulled tightly back. The frame was cool to the touch, the glass covering the photograph slightly dusty. According to the records, the fire had destroyed everything, every piece of furniture, every photograph, every memory. "These aren't the Harmons," I said, moving from one image to the next. "None of these people match the family records." Collins nodded, his fingers tracing the edge of his folder. "I checked the archives this morning. None of these faces appear in any county documentation, not in census records, not in property deeds, not in birth or death certificates." The house was silent except for our breathing and the soft shuffle of our footsteps on the hardwood. I moved deeper into the home, noting how the air grew cooler with each step. The living room was furnished with period-appropriate pieces of velvet settee, heavy curtains drawn halfway across tall windows, a writing desk in one corner with a fountain pen laid carefully across an open journal. I approached the desk, drawn by what appeared to be fresh ink on the page. The handwriting was neat, deliberate, and the entry was dated that very morning. "They've finally arrived. After all this time, they've come to see what remains." My fingers hovered over the page, not quite touching. "Collins," I called, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "When exactly did the development team call this in?" "Late yesterday afternoon," he replied from the doorway, unwilling to step fully into the room. "And no one has been inside since then, you're certain?" "Positive. The county ordered it sealed until investigation. I was the first one here this morning, and I waited for you." I turned slowly, taking in the perfect room, the immaculate reconstruction of something that had ceased to exist a decade ago. Then who wrote this? We moved upstairs, our steps careful and measured on the carpeted staircase. Each bedroom was perfectly arranged, beds made with crisp linens, wardrobes filled with clothing from another era, brushes and combs laid out on dressing tables as if waiting for their owners to return. In what appeared to be the master bedroom, I found more photographs. These were different, more recent in style, though still clearly from decades past, and in these I recognized faces. A young man who had gone missing from the neighboring county in 1973, a family of 4 who had disappeared while driving through the area in 1986, a teenage girl whose case I had worked early in my career never solved, filed away with dozens of others. "Collins," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "bring me the missing persons files for this county, all of them, as far back as they go." The day stretched into evening as we worked in silence, comparing faces in the photographs to those in decades of missing persons reports. One by one, we identified them: travelers who had vanished from nearby highways, hikers who never returned from the woods beyond Blackwood Lane, children who stepped out of their homes and were never seen again. Every single photograph in the house featured someone who had disappeared without a trace. Some cases were famous, others forgotten by all but grieving families. All of them now hung on these walls, preserved in perfect detail, watching us with patient eyes as we moved from room to room. As darkness fell, the house seemed to settle around us. The temperature dropped further, and I found myself shivering despite my jacket. The electric lights we had switched on earlier flickered occasionally, casting momentary shadows across the walls, across those countless watching faces. "We should leave," Collins said, his voice strained. "Come back tomorrow with a full team." I nodded, gathering the files we had brought in, but as we turned to head downstairs, I heard it a sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft creak of a floorboard from somewhere above us. "There's another floor?" I asked, looking toward the ceiling. Collins checked his folder with trembling hands. "No, the original house plans show only 2 stories." Yet there it was, a narrow door at the end of the hallway that seemed to lead upward. It stood slightly ajar now, though I was certain it had been closed when we arrived. A cool draft emanated from beyond it, carrying the faint scent of smoke. I approached slowly, aware of Collins hanging back, his breathing shallow and quick. The door opened further at my touch, revealing a steep staircase disappearing into darkness. "Detective," Collins warned, "we should wait for backup." But something compelled me forward, up those narrow stairs, one careful step at a time. At the top was a single room and attic space with sloped ceilings and a small round window that looked out over the property. Unlike the rest of the house, this room was sparse, no furniture except for a single chair facing the window and a large trunk against one wall. The trunk was old, its leather covering cracked with age, brass fittings tarnished nearly black. It wasn't locked. I lifted the lid slowly, the hinges protesting with a low groan that seemed to reverberate through the silent house. Inside were more photographs, hundreds of them, loose and unframed. And lying atop this collection was a camera, an antique bellows model that should have been in a museum, not here in this impossible house. I reached for one of the photographs, my fingertips brushing against the glossy surface. It showed the front of the Harmon mansion, perfect and whole, just as it appeared now. But standing on the porch, looking directly into the camera, was a figure I recognized immediately. It was me, exactly as I appeared today, in the clothes I was currently wearing, standing on the porch beside Collins. The photograph was dated tomorrow. In the corner of the image, partially visible through one of the ground floor windows, was what appeared to be a figure, indistinct and blurred, as if caught in motion. But what sent ice through my veins was the realization that it appeared to be looking directly at the camera, at me. I heard Collins calling from downstairs, his voice tight with anxiety. Carefully, I replaced the photograph in the trunk and closed the lid. Whatever this house was, whatever force had rebuilt it from ashes, it wasn't finished collecting. As I descended the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone, that eyes were watching from every photograph, following our movements. The faces of the missing, gathered together in this impossible place. We left as night fully descended, locking the door behind us. I've stationed officers around the perimeter with strict instructions that no one enters. Tomorrow we'll return with experts, historians, paranormal researchers, forensic specialists, anyone who might help us understand what we're facing. But tonight, as I sit in my quiet office updating this case file, I can't stop thinking about that photograph. About seeing myself captured by a camera that should not exist in a house that should not stand. And I wonder, all those missing people, all those faces on the walls, did they also receive an invitation they couldn't refuse? Did they also feel compelled to enter, to climb those stairs, to discover what waited in that trunk? The Harmon mansion burned to the ground a decade ago. That's what the records show. That's what everyone knows. But the house has returned, and I think it's hungry. Story 3. The late afternoon light filtered through the dusty windows of Morgan's books, casting long shadows across worn wooden floors that creaked beneath my feet. I've always found comfort in the weight of case files, but this one felt different. The manila folder seemed heavier than usual as I traced my fingers across the name written in faded blue ink. Claire Dawson, 32, reported missing September 19th. I'm Detective Sarah Reeves, 20 years on the force, and still, some cases settle into your bones like a winter chill that refuses to leave. This was one of them. It began, like many disturbing stories do, on an ordinary day. Claire Dawson was browsing the poetry section at Morgan's Books downtown. The security footage showed her dark hair pulled back, glasses perched on her nose, fingertips trailing along book spines when a man approached her. Average height, well-dressed, nothing remarkable except for his confidence. They spoke. She smiled. They moved to the coffee corner of the store. What the cameras captured next would become the first piece in a puzzle that haunted me for months. Claire leaned back slightly, her posture shifting from relaxed to rigid. Her smile faltered. The man continued talking, leaning forward, maintaining eye contact. Then Claire gathered her things quickly and left. The man followed, but at a distance. She never made it home that night. When I interviewed the barista who had served them, she remembered something unusual. They seemed like old friends catching up, she said, wiping down the counter with slow, deliberate movements. But then I overheard him say something about her childhood bedroom, how the walls were painted lavender with little silver stars that her father had stenciled by hand. The barista's voice lowered to a whisper, and she got this look on her face, like she'd seen a ghost. I felt a familiar heaviness settle in my chest, the kind that comes when you know something isn't right, but you can't quite name it yet. Claire's sister Emma sat across from me in the interview room 3 days later. The fluorescent lights hummed quietly overhead, casting a pale glow that made the dark circles under her eyes more pronounced. Claire never told anyone about those stars, Emma said, her voice barely audible above the soft whirring of the recording device between us. Our father painted them the summer before he died. She was 12. It was, private to her, something special. I nodded, letting the silence expand between us, giving her time. Did Claire ever mention meeting someone recently? Someone who might have known details about her childhood? Emma shook her head slowly. That's what scares me the most. No one outside our immediate family knew about those stars. No one. The security footage from surrounding businesses showed Claire and the man walking 6 blocks north before disappearing from view. Canvassing the area yielded little until we found a convenience store owner who remembered them. They weren't arguing, he told me as he restocked cigarettes behind the counter with methodical precision. But she looked confused, like she was trying to solve a problem. He kept talking and she kept listening. We traced Claire's phone to a bench in Riverside Park, neatly placed as if she had set it down deliberately. No signs of struggle, no evidence of force, just absence where a person should be. 2 weeks into the investigation, Claire's journal was discovered in her apartment by her sister. Most entries were mundane work reflections, book recommendations, occasional frustrations about dating in the city. But the final entry, dated the day of her disappearance, sent a chill through me that I can still feel today. Met someone strange today. He knew things no one could know. Said we'd met before, but I don't remember him. When I asked how he knew about Dad's stars, he just smiled and said, "You told me, you just don't remember." Should I remember him? Why can't I remember? I spent hours in the evidence room, the only sound the soft ticking of the wall clock and the rustling of papers as I went through Claire's life. Credit card statements showed nothing unusual. Her computer revealed standard browsing history work emails, Netflix, news sites, online shopping. Her calendar noted regular therapy appointments with Dr. Helen Marcus every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Dr. Marcus was reluctant to speak with me until I obtained the necessary court order. Even then, she chose her words carefully, professional ethics clearly weighing on her. Claire had been working through some memory issues, she finally admitted, her office quiet except for the gentle patter of rain against the windows. Nothing clinical, nothing diagnosable, just gaps, moments she couldn't account for. My pen paused above my notepad. What kind of gaps? Hours sometimes. She'd find herself in places and not remember the journey there. Once she discovered notes in her own handwriting that she had no recollection of writing. Dr. Marcus adjusted her glasses. We were exploring the possibility of dissociative episodes brought on by childhood trauma. The pieces began to align in a pattern I hadn't anticipated. Claire's sister confirmed that there had been a period in Claire's teens after their father's death when she would sometimes check out, as Emma called it. She'd be there physically, but somewhere else mentally. Mom took her to doctors, but they never found anything concrete. 3 weeks after Claire's disappearance, we got our first solid lead. A librarian at the university where Claire occasionally attended poetry readings recognized the man from the security footage. "He's been coming here for years," she said, her voice soft and measured in the library's hushed atmosphere. "Always researching local history, very polite, very focused. I think his name is Robert or Richard, something with an R." The library's sign-in sheets gave us a name, Richard Mercer. No criminal record, taught literature at a community college across town. Lived alone in a modest apartment 15 minutes from Morgan's books. When we arrived at his apartment with a warrant, Richard Mercer welcomed us with unsettling calmness. His living room was sparse but orderly bookshelves, a reading chair, a desk with a laptop, nothing immediately suspicious. "I was wondering when you'd come," he said, gesturing toward the couch as if we were expected guests rather than investigating officers. "This is about Claire, isn't it?" I remained standing. "Mr. Mercer, we'd like to ask you some questions about Claire Dawson." "Of course," he said, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I've known Claire for years." "According to our information, you approached her for the first time at Morgan's books 3 weeks ago." Mercer's smile didn't falter. "That's what she thinks, but we've met many times before." A cold sensation crawled up my spine as he calmly explained his theory that he and Claire had known each other in a previous life, that they were connected across time, that he could prove it by knowing things about her that no stranger could know. "I researched her, detective," he said simply when I pressed him. "I've been researching many people, looking for the ones who remember, even if they don't know they remember." His apartment yielded notebooks filled with detailed information about 12 different women, their habits, their histories, their homes. Claire's notebook was the thickest. Years of observations, all meticulously documented, photographs taken from a distance, copies of old school yearbooks with her picture circled, a floor plan of her childhood home, complete with a lavender bedroom marked with stars. Richard Mercer was arrested that day, not for kidnapping, we had no evidence of that, but for stalking, for building dossiers on women who never knew they were being watched, for crossing boundaries that shouldn't be crossed. Claire Dawson was found 3 days later in a small motel 200 miles away, alive, unharmed physically. She had checked in under her own name, paid with her own credit card. When I interviewed her in the hospital, the circles under her eyes mirrored her sister's. Her voice was steady but distant, as if she were recalling a dream. I went with him willingly, she admitted, her gaze fixed on the white hospital wall. He kept telling me things about myself, and I kept wanting to know how he knew. It was like a puzzle I needed to solve. Did he force you to leave town with him? She shook her head slowly. No, but he convinced me we had unfinished business from before. He said I'd been running from him across lifetimes. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. Do you know how persuasive someone can be when they know everything about you, when they can anticipate your every thought? Claire had no memory of the first day at the motel. The next few days were fragments conversations about past lives, about connections that transcended time, about how he had finally found her after searching for so long. On the fourth day I woke up clearly, she said, really looked at him, saw the notebooks, saw the obsession. While he was showering, I read through them, years of watching me, years. She twisted the hospital blanket between her fingers. I realized I wasn't special, I was just accessible, vulnerable. My memory issues made me doubt myself when things didn't add up. Richard Mercer was charged with stalking, breaking and entering, and eventually coercion. Claire's testimony was crucial but fragmented. Her memory issues complicated the case, made her less credible to some jurors. He received 6 years, not nearly enough. I visit Claire occasionally. She's moved to another state, started over. The gaps in her memory are less frequent now with proper treatment, but they haven't disappeared entirely. Last time I saw her sitting in a new cafe in a new city, she looked better, stronger. But as I was leaving, she gripped my arm suddenly, her eyes intense. Do you ever worry, she whispered, that there might be someone out there who knows everything about you, someone who's been watching while you weren't looking? I had no comforting answer, only the weight of case files waiting on my desk and the knowledge that some questions have no satisfying resolution. Sometimes when I pass Morgan's books, I glance at the security cameras positioned above the entrance. Small, unobtrusive eyes watching people move through their ordinary lives. I wonder how many Richard Mercers are out there, watching, waiting, collecting details. And I wonder who might be collecting mine. Story 4, I still remember the first time I stepped onto that floor. The elevator wasn't supposed to go there. The building plans clearly showed 10 floors, not 11. Yet there I was, standing in a hallway that shouldn't exist, breathing air that felt different somehow. Heavier, older. It began with what should have been a routine inspection. The Lauder building downtown had just completed a year-long renovation, transforming what was once a neglected office building from the 70s into luxury apartments. As the city's structural compliance officer, I was there to sign off on the final paperwork before occupancy permits could be issued. Everything looks excellent, Mr. Davidson, I told the property developer as we walked through the polished lobby. His shoes clicked against the imported marble tiles, $1,200 per square foot, he'd mentioned twice already. We've spared no expense, Davidson replied, his voice carrying that particular cadence of rehearsed humility that successful businessmen perfect. 10 floors of the finest urban living this city has to offer. 10 floors, the blueprints confirmed it, the elevator panel confirmed it, the property listing confirmed it. And yet, after Davidson left me to complete my inspection alone, I entered the elevator to check the fire safety systems on each floor. My finger hovered over the panel of buttons ground floor through 10, neatly arranged. but there, almost imperceptible unless you were looking for inconsistencies like I was trained to do, was a slight gap between the panel edge and the wall, a gap that shouldn't be there. I ran my fingers along the seam and felt something give way. A hidden panel slid aside, revealing a single unmarked button. I should have called someone, I should have reported it. Instead, curiosity, that most human of failings, led me to press it. The elevator hummed differently as it ascended past the 10th floor. The usual soft whir of well-oiled machinery gave way to a strained, reluctant groan. The lights flickered once, twice. The digital display showing floor numbers went blank. When the doors opened, the air that greeted me was stale, undisturbed. Not the fresh, climate-controlled atmosphere of the newly renovated building, but something ancient, something forgotten. The hallway stretched before me, illuminated only by emergency lights that cast long, distorted shadows across the walls. Unlike the bright, modern corridors below, this space remained untouched by renovation. Faded wallpaper peeled away from the corners. Dust motes danced in the dim light. I pulled out my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. The floor was concrete, not the expensive hardwood used throughout the rest of the building. And the walls were what made me stop breathing for a moment. Names, dozens of them scratched into the surface with what must have been desperate fingers or improvised tools. Some shallow, some deep enough to have gouged the plaster. Some neat, some frantic, all of them followed by dates. Melissa Harding, April 17, 2003. Thomas Weller, November 30, 2005. Darius King, February 8, 2009. My mind raced through the missing persons cases that occasionally crossed my desk through interagency memos. These names, they seemed familiar, but I couldn't place them, not immediately. The sound of my own breathing felt inappropriately loud in that silent corridor. I moved forward slowly, my footsteps echoing against the concrete. There were 8 doors, 4 on each side, spaced evenly apart. All closed, all unmarked except for hand-scratched numbers. I tried the first door, locked. The second, the handle turned, but something blocked it from the other side. The third wouldn't budge. The 4th door opened. The room beyond was small, maybe 12 by 15 feet. No windows, a single mattress on the floor stripped of bedding. A metal sink in the corner stained with rust, and on the far wall more names, more dates. I took out my phone to document what I was seeing, but there was no signal. No surprise, really, given that I was standing in a place that wasn't supposed to exist. I backed out of the room, a chill settling between my shoulder blades despite the stuffiness of the air. Something about this place felt wrong in a way that went beyond the obvious violation of building codes. Back in the hallway, I noticed something I'd missed before. A logbook resting on a small table near the elevator. Its cover was worn leather, cracked with age. With gloved hands, a habit from years of inspections, I opened it. Inside were entries, clinical, detached notes about the subjects in each room, medications administered, behavioral observations, response to stimuli. The first entry was dated 1982, when the building was first constructed. The last was from 2018, just before the renovation began. 40 years of records. 40 years of people held in rooms that didn't officially exist, on a floor that wasn't on any blueprint. I flipped through the pages, my heart beating so loudly I was certain it would alert someone to my presence. The names in the book matched those on the walls. Each entry ended the same way: subject terminated, results inconclusive. The sound of the elevator mechanism engaging froze me in place. Someone was coming. I closed the book, considered taking it, but decided against tampering with evidence. Instead, I quickly photographed several pages with my phone and stepped back into room 4, leaving the door cracked just enough to see out. The elevator doors opened. 2 men stepped out. One was Davidson, the property developer. The other was Chief Inspector Barnes, my direct supervisor. "How did they find it?" Barnes asked, his voice tense. The floor was sealed off, the button disabled. "Maintenance crew must have reconnected something during the renovation," Davidson replied. "Doesn't matter now. We need to seal it properly this time. No more inspections, no more loose ends." "And the records. Destroy them, all of them. The project is over anyway, has been for years." They moved out of my line of sight toward the table with the logbook. I heard papers rustling, then the distinctive click of a lighter. "What about the rooms?" Barnes asked. "Concrete floor to ceiling. No one will find them, even if they somehow get up here again." The smell of burning paper reached me. I pressed further back into the room, mind racing. Barnes respected, decorated Chief Inspector Barnes was involved in whatever had happened here, whatever was still happening here. I waited, barely breathing, as the 2 men finished their work. I heard the elevator doors open again, then close. Silence returned. I counted to 100 before emerging. The logbook was gone, nothing but ashes remaining on the table's surface. But the names on the walls remained, testimony etched in plaster, evidence that couldn't be so easily erased. I took as many photos as I could, documenting every name, every date. Then I made my way back to the elevator, pressed the hidden button, and descended to the world that made sense. The world of 10 floors, not 11. That night I searched the names from memory. Melissa Harding missing since 2003, last seen leaving her apartment for a job interview at a medical research company. Thomas Weller disappeared in 2005 while participating in what he told friends was a paid research study. Darius King vanished in 2009, his car found parked 3 blocks from the Lauder building. There were others, so many others, all classified as missing persons. All investigations eventually gone cold. I compiled everything I found, uploaded the photos to secure cloud storage, and prepared a report to send to the state attorney's office. Not local, I couldn't trust anyone in the city after seeing Barnes involved. But before I could send it, I received a text message from an unknown number. The Lauder building inspection passed. Sign the paperwork, take 2 weeks of paid leave, forget about floor 11. My phone rang immediately after. It was Barnes. "Great work on the Lauder inspection," he said, his voice unnervingly normal. "Everything in order." I hesitated only briefly. "Yes, sir, all 10 floors up to code." "Good, you've been putting in a lot of hours lately. Take some time off, effective immediately." "It wasn't a suggestion." That was 3 days ago. I'm writing this now from a motel 200 miles away, paid for in cash. Tomorrow I'll meet with a contact at the FBI field office, someone from outside the city, someone I hope isn't connected to whatever happened on the 11th floor. Because here's what keeps me awake at night. The most recent date I saw scratched into those walls was from last month, after the renovation was supposedly complete, after the building was officially declared to have only 10 floors. Which means they haven't stopped. Whatever they were doing in those rooms, to those people whose names are literally carved into history, it's still happening. somewhere. And Davidson's words echo in my mind. No one will find them, even if they somehow get up here again. But I found them once, and I will find them again. Even if it's the last thing I do. Story 5. I remember the first time I saw the photograph. The thrift store was quiet that afternoon, dust particles dancing in the slanted beams of sunlight that filtered through the smudged windows. My fingers moved methodically across the spines of forgotten books and frames of abandoned memories. That's when I found it tucked between a tarnished silver platter and a stack of vintage postcards. The photograph was encased in an ornate wooden frame, its edges darkened with age. At first glance, it was unremarkable, a black and white image of a family of 4 standing before a Victorian-style house. The father stood tall and proud, one hand resting on the shoulder of a young boy. The mother, her hair styled in the fashion of the early 1960s, held the hand of a small girl with ribbons in her hair. They were smiling the kind of forced smiles people wore when photographs were still events, not casual occurrences. I purchased it for $3.75. The cashier, an elderly woman with trembling hands, paused before wrapping it in newspaper. "Funny," she murmured, "I don't remember this one coming in." But she shrugged and handed me the package, her rheumatic fingers brushing against mine. The paper felt unusually cold. That night I placed the photograph on my bedside table, intending to find a proper place for it in the morning. As I drifted toward sleep, I glanced at it one last time and felt my breath catch. In the dim light cast by my reading lamp, the family looked different. The father's jawline appeared softer, his eyes set wider apart. The mother's hair seemed to hang in a different style. I blinked, attributing the changes to shadows and fatigue. By morning, I had forgotten about the peculiarity. I showered, made coffee, and was halfway through my breakfast when I remembered the photograph. I walked back to my bedroom, cup in hand, and froze in the doorway. The family in the frame was not the same I had purchased. The structure of their faces had subtly shifted. The father's nose was more aquiline. The mother's smile revealed different teeth. The children, too, had transformed. The boy's eyes were rounder, the girl's chin more pointed. I approached it slowly, as one might a wild animal. Under the clear light of day, there could be no mistaking what I saw. These were not the same people, yet they wore the same clothes, stood in the same position before the same house. I set my coffee down with an unsteady hand and took the photograph to the window, examining it under direct sunlight. The faces swam before my eyes, features shifting imperceptibly like ripples across still water. I decided to research the house in the background. The architectural style and certain distinctive elements, a unique weather vane, ornate corbels under the eaves, gave me something concrete to search for. 3 days of online archives and local historical records led me to Oakwood Avenue, to a house that had been demolished in 1978 to make way for a small apartment complex. The house had belonged to the Harmon family, Thomas, Elizabeth, and their children James and Sarah. They had lived there from 1958 until 1973, when they had abruptly moved away. Neighbors interviewed at the time mentioned something about personal troubles. One elderly neighbor, still alive and now residing in a nursing home across town, agreed to speak with me. Her name was Margaret Linden. "Oh, the Harmons," she said, her voice a dry whisper as she sat in her armchair. The room smelled of talcum powder and medicine. They were such a lovely family before. Her gnarled fingers twisted in her lap. "Before what, Mrs. Linden?" I asked, my voice low, matching her hushed tone. "Before they started changing," she replied. Her eyes, clouded with cataracts, seemed to look through me. First it was little things. Thomas's voice dropped an octave. Elizabeth started parting her hair on the opposite side. Then their faces, they just weren't themselves anymore. She shook her head. Everyone thought it was my memory failing, but I knew. A chill traveled up my spine. I removed the photograph from my bag and held it out to her. Is this them? Her reaction was immediate and visceral. She recoiled, hands flying up defensively. "Take it away," she gasped. "That thing isn't natural." That evening I placed the photograph face down in a drawer, but curiosity pulled me back like gravity. When I looked at it again, my heart nearly stopped. The father's face now bore a striking resemblance to my own father's, the same heavy brow, the same cleft chin that I had inherited. The mother's eyes were my mother's eyes, deep set and almond-shaped. The boy looked like my brother had at that age, and the girl was beginning to look like me. I dropped the photograph as if it had burned me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial the phone. My brother answered on the third ring. "Do you still have those old family photos from the lake house?" I asked without preamble. "The ones from when we were kids?" He did. An hour later, we were comparing them side by side. The resemblance was undeniable and growing stronger. Something about the way the light hit the old photograph made the faces seem to shift even as we watched, features adjusting minutely toward perfect copies of our family. We needed to know more about the Harmons. My brother, always more practical than I, suggested we find their public records, birth certificates, death records, anything that might explain what happened to them. The search led us to a small-town newspaper article from 1973, "Local family disappears without a trace." According to the article, the Harmons had vanished one October evening. Their car remained in the garage, dinner sat uneaten on the table, and there were no signs of struggle or forced entry. The only thing missing was a family photograph that had hung in their living room. I felt nauseated as I read further. The detective assigned to the case had eventually closed it, noting in his final report that he had received an anonymous package containing a photograph of the Harmons standing in front of their house. In his report he wrote, "Subjects in photograph do not match known appearances of the Harmon family. Photograph appears to be some form of poor taste hoax." My brother and I visited the house site the next day. The apartment complex that stood there now was unremarkable, its brick facade weathered by decades of sun and rain. We spoke with the building manager, who mentioned that tenants occasionally reported strange occurrences, cold spots, whispering voices, and most notably, a recurring complaint that family photographs would sometimes appear altered, with faces subtly changed. That night I couldn't sleep. I took the photograph from my drawer and studied it under the harsh light of my desk lamp. The transformation was complete now. My family stared back at me from a time before I was born, standing in front of a house we had never visited, wearing clothes we had never owned. My own face looked back at me from the little girl's body, my expression not one of posed happiness, but of silent pleading. I knew what I had to do. The next morning I drove to the site of the old Harmon house with the photograph and a small garden trowel. At the back of the property, where the garden would have been, I dug a small hole and buried the photograph. As the last bit of dirt covered the frame, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. 3 days later my brother called. His voice sounded strange, distant. "Have you seen today's newspaper?" he asked. I hadn't. He read the headline to me. "Skeletal remains of 4 individuals found during apartment complex renovation." Workers had discovered a sealed chamber beneath the foundation of the apartment building in what would have been the cellar of the Harmon house. Inside were 4 sets of human remains, arranged in a tableau that chillingly mirrored the pose in the photograph. Preliminary dating suggested they had been there since at least the 1950s. But the Harmons had lived in that house until 1973. They had been seen, spoken to, interacted with. How could they have been dead for decades before their disappearance? I sometimes think about what might have happened if I had kept the photograph, if I had let the transformation complete itself. Would my family and I have disappeared as well, our identities subsumed by whatever entity had taken the Harmons? Would another family have found our photograph in another thrift store, beginning the cycle anew? The case remains officially unsolved. The remains have never been identified, their DNA matching no known profiles. The property has since been condemned, the apartment demolished after multiple tenants reported seeing reflections in windows and mirrors that didn't match the people casting them. As for me, I no longer visit thrift stores. I've taken down most of the photographs in my home. And sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of my reflection in an unexpected place, a darkened window, a puddle of rain, the chrome surface of a toaster, I look away quickly, afraid that the face looking back might not be entirely my own. Because the truth about the Harmons isn't that they disappeared. It's that something else had already replaced them, long before anyone noticed they were gone. Story 6. I remember the first time I heard about the Willoughby case. It was early November, when the days grow shorter and darkness settles over the small town of Millfield like a heavy blanket. The kind of darkness that seems to muffle sounds and make the world feel smaller, more intimate. I was sitting in my office, a converted study in an old Victorian house that the police department rented as an overflow space for cold cases. The radiator in the corner hissed quietly, pushing warm air through the room that smelled of old paper and coffee gone cold. My name is Detective Sarah Michaels, and I specialize in cases that others have given up on, not because I'm particularly brilliant, but because I have a patience that most of my colleagues lack. I believe that time reveals truth if you know how to listen. The Willoughby file had been sitting on my desk for 3 days before I opened it. Sometimes I do that, let a case breathe before diving in. It helps me approach it without the urgency that often blinds initial investigators. The manila folder was thin, which usually means there's not much to go on. Missing person cases are like that. People vanish, leaving behind more questions than evidence. Eleanor Willoughby, age 42, disappeared from her Victorian home on Maple Street 18 months ago. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of violence, just gone. The case notes indicated that her husband, Thomas, reported her missing after returning from a business trip to find their home empty, meals uneaten in the refrigerator, her car in the garage. I flipped through the statements with deliberate slowness, letting each detail settle in my mind. Thomas Willoughby, a financial consultant who traveled frequently. Neighbors who described the couple as private but cordial. No children, no pets, a life that seemed to generate few ripples in the community pond. What caught my attention was a single line in the initial officer's report. Husband mentioned the attic phone had been disconnected for years, but recently showed signs of use. That evening I drove to the Willoughby residence. The house stood tall against the darkening sky, its gabled roof and ornate trim casting intricate shadows across the front lawn. Thomas Willoughby answered my knock with the weary politeness of a man who had answered too many questions without receiving any answers in return. "Another detective?" he asked, his voice neither hopeful nor dismissive, just tired. "I've been assigned to review Eleanor's case," I explained. "I know you've been through this before, but sometimes fresh eyes notice different things." He invited me in with a small gesture, and I followed him through the foyer into what once must have been a warm living room. Now it felt preserved, like a museum of a life interrupted. Everything was clean but untouched, as if waiting for someone to return and bring it back to life. "Can you tell me about the phone in the attic?" I asked after we'd covered the standard questions. Thomas paused, his fingers tapping slowly against his knee. "That was strange," he admitted. "We had an old rotary phone up there from the previous owners. It hadn't worked in years. The line was disconnected long before we bought the house. Alina used the attic as a sort of home office, but she had her cell phone and a modern cordless for work calls. But something changed. The week before she disappeared," he said, his voice dropping slightly. "I heard her talking upstairs late at night. When I asked her about it the next morning, she said she'd been on the phone. I assumed she meant her cell, but later I noticed the old rotary had been moved. The dust around it was disturbed." "Did you ask her about it?" "I did," he nodded slowly. "She said it was nothing, that she'd been cleaning and moved it, but Alina wasn't the type to clean at midnight." I made a note, the scratch of my pen against paper, the only sound in the room for a moment. Did she seem different in the days before she disappeared? Anxious, preoccupied? "Alina was always good at hiding her feelings," Thomas said after a moment's consideration. "But yes, looking back, she was distant, checking the time more often, jumping slightly when her phone would ring. Small things I didn't think much about until she was gone." "Would it be possible for me to see the attic?" I asked. The wooden stairs to the attic creaked under our weight, announcing our ascent into the space that had been Alina's retreat. Unlike the rest of the house, the attic showed signs of abandonment. Dust had gathered on the surfaces, and the air felt stale. A small desk sat under the dormer window, a chair pushed neatly against it, and there, on a small side table, sat the rotary phone Thomas had mentioned. It was an antique piece, black, with a heavy handset and a circular dial that had yellowed with age. The cord coiled in a neat spiral, connecting to a wall jack that looked equally outdated. "You said this line was disconnected," I asked, moving closer to examine it. "Years ago, the phone company doesn't even service these old lines anymore." I lifted the handset, expecting silence. Instead, I heard the faint hum of an active line. Thomas must have noticed my expression change. "What is it?" he asked, stepping closer. "It's connected," I said, replacing the handset gently in its cradle. "Do you mind if I have our technical team come take a look at this?" Thomas agreed, and I spent another hour examining the attic, the desk drawers containing neatly organized papers, the bookshelf with volumes on local history, the small box of mementos that seemed to trace Alina's life before Millfield. Nothing immediately struck me as unusual, but experience had taught me that normalcy is often the best disguise for secrets. 2 days later, the technical report landed on my desk. The phone line had indeed been reconnected approximately 1 month before Alina's disappearance. The service was paid for with prepaid cards, making it difficult to trace. Most interestingly, call records showed regular calls to the line from various payphones around the state, payphones that should have been as obsolete as the rotary itself. I returned to the Willoughby house with these findings, but Thomas seemed genuinely confused. "I never knew," he insisted. "Alina never mentioned reconnecting that line. Why would she need a secret phone?" Why indeed? The question lingered as I continued my investigation. Alina's cell phone records showed nothing unusual: calls to her husband, her workplace, a few friends who had already been interviewed. Her computer, examined during the initial investigation, contained nothing suspicious. It was while re-interviewing Alina's closest friend, a woman named Claire Jenkins, that I found the first real thread to pull. She mentioned hearing things, Claire said, her hands wrapped around a mug of tea as we sat in her sunlit kitchen. About a month before she disappeared, she laughed it off, said the old house was playing tricks on her. What kind of things? I prompted gently. Her own voice, Claire said, looking up from her tea. She said sometimes, late at night, she could hear herself talking. At first, she thought it was an echo or Thomas watching a video of them. But one night she followed the sound to the attic and realized it was coming from that old phone. A chill ran down my spine despite the warmth of the room. Did she answer it? Claire nodded slowly. She told me she picked up the receiver and heard herself on the other end, not a recording her voice, talking to her in real time, telling her things. What things? That's what scared me, Claire admitted. She wouldn't say, just that she needed to make things right. I thought maybe she was working too hard, maybe having some kind of breakdown. I offered to help her find someone to talk to, but she insisted she was fine. That night I sat in my car outside the Willoughby house long after Thomas had turned off the lights and gone to bed. The attic window was a dark square against the pale siding. The phone sat up there, silent now, but connected to something or someone. At exactly 11:42 p.m., a light flickered on in the attic. I sat up straighter, watching as a shadow moved across the window. Thomas Willoughby, who had told me he never went into the attic anymore because it reminded him too much of a leaner. I waited until the light went out again before approaching the house. My knock went unanswered, but the door swung open under my touch. Calling out Thomas's name, I made my way upstairs, my footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet house. The attic door was ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning. As I pushed it open, the air felt different, charged somehow, like the atmosphere before a storm. The rotary phone sat where it had before, innocuous in the beam of my flashlight. And then it rang. The sound was jarring in the silence, a mechanical, insistent ring that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. I approached it slowly, my hand hovering over the handset as it rang a second time, then a third. On the fourth ring, I answered. Hello, my voice sounded strange to my own ears, tight with an anticipation I couldn't explain. For a long moment there was only silence on the line, then a voice female whispering urgent. He knows you're there, it said. Get out now. The line went dead, and behind me the attic door closed with a soft click. I turned to find Thomas Willoughby standing there, his expression unreadable in the dim light. In his hand was a framed photograph of Leaner smiling at the camera, her hand raised in a wave. She called you, didn't she? He asked, his voice calm, too calm. She always calls new investigators, trying to warn them. Where is Leaner, Thomas? I asked, my hand moving slowly toward my concealed weapon. She's here, he said simply. She's always been here. Later, forensic teams would discover Leaner Willoughby's remains sealed behind a false wall in the attic, hidden beneath layers of new drywall and paint. The coroner estimated she had been dead for 18 months since the day she was reported missing. The case file now includes detailed reports of the evidence found in the attic, Leaner's blood under the floorboards despite Thomas's meticulous cleaning, fibers from the cord of the rotary phone matched to ligature marks on her neck, Thomas's fingerprints on both. What it doesn't explain, what it can't explain, is the phone calls. The line was indeed connected, but no calls were registered on the days I or the previous detective visited. The technicians who removed the phone found it was functional but could only receive calls, not make them. I still think about that voice sometimes in the quiet hours of the night. The voice that sounded like Eleanor Willoughby calling from a phone that shouldn't have worked, trying one last time to be heard. And I wonder as I sit beside my own phone, waiting for it to ring, is justice enough to silence the calls from beyond? Story 7. I remember the first time I heard about the case. Rain tapped gently against the windows of my office, creating a soft, rhythmic soundtrack to the stack of manila folders spread across my desk. Each one contained fragments of lives, interrupted photographs, statements, evidence logs, but this particular file caught my attention in a way others hadn't. The label read simply, 672 Willow Lane, Unexplained Rooms. The real estate agent had sold the property as a simple 2-bedroom house, but the new owners kept discovering new rooms, each one fully furnished, each one with photographs of them they had never taken. The Marshalls, David and Sarah, had moved to Cedar Grove seeking the quiet life that suburbs promise. Both in their mid-30s, they'd saved for years to leave their cramped city apartment. The listing described 672 Willow Lane as charming and cozy, realtor code for small but functional. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, a modest kitchen, and a basement. Nothing extraordinary. I traced my finger along the floor plan included in the file. Simple rectangular layout, 4 corners, clean lines, everything accounted for. We noticed it 3 weeks after moving in, Sarah Marshall had told Detective Rivera during her initial interview. Her voice on the recording was soft, uncertain. David was hanging a mirror in the hallway. He dropped a screw and it rolled toward the wall when he went to retrieve it. A pause, the sound of a deep breath. The wall just gave way like a door, and there was another room behind it. The room was fully furnished, a study with a mahogany desk, leather chair, and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. Nothing unusual except for its existence and the framed photograph sitting prominently on the desk. David and Sarah at a beach they had never visited, smiling at the camera. I studied the photograph included in the evidence packet. Their smiles looked genuine. The sunlight caught the spray of ocean behind them. David's arm was draped casually around Sarah's shoulders. By all appearances, a happy memory, except neither of them remembered it ever happening. The forensic analysis confirmed the photograph wasn't digitally altered. The paper was high quality, the frame expensive. The date stamp on the back read 6/17, 3 years before they had even purchased the house. We thought it was some elaborate prank, David explained in his statement. Maybe the previous owners or the real estate company trying to be welcoming, I guess, though it was a strange way to go about it. The previous owners, the Hendersons, denied any knowledge of hidden rooms or planted photographs. They had lived in the house for 12 years and insisted the layout had never changed. The real estate agent, Meredith King, appeared equally perplexed when questioned. "I've been selling homes in Cedar Grove for 15 years, she stated. I would have noticed an extra room. The inspection didn't reveal anything unusual about the property's structure." 2 weeks after discovering the study, the Marshalls found another room. This one appeared when Sarah was cleaning. She leaned against a section of kitchen wall while reaching for a fallen sponge, and the wall rotated inward, revealing a nursery. A fully decorated nursery with pale yellow walls, a white crib, stuffed animals arranged neatly on shelves, and a mobile hanging from the ceiling. On the changing table sat another photograph, Sarah, visibly pregnant, with David kneeling beside her, his hand on her belly. Sarah had never been pregnant. The file contained a medical report confirming this fact. No pregnancies, no miscarriages, no children. The couple had been discussing starting a family, but hadn't yet begun trying to conceive. I ran my fingers over the police sketch of the house, now annotated with the 2 additional rooms that shouldn't exist. The structural integrity of the house made no sense with these additions. They overlapped with the neighbor's property line. They extended into space that from the outside simply wasn't there. The engineering report concluded, the additional rooms cannot exist within the physical constraints of the property, yet they did. The 3rd room appeared a month later. David was home alone, trying to fix a persistent draft in their bedroom. He moved the dresser to check for cracks in the baseboard and found another door, this one leading to a teenager's bedroom. Posters on the walls, a laptop on the desk, school textbooks stacked on a shelf. The room contained scattered sports trophies, all engraved with the name Ethan Marshall. The Marshalls had no children, let alone a teenage son named Ethan. But there on the nightstand stood another photograph, David, Sarah, and a boy of about 16, all wearing matching holiday sweaters, laughing together like a family that had spent years building memories. That was when the Marshalls contacted the police. I shifted in my chair, the soft creak of leather punctuating the steady rainfall outside. The file detailed the thorough investigation that followed. Ground-penetrating radar showed no hidden spaces beneath or around the house. Structural engineers confirmed the impossibility of the rooms existing within the footprint of the building. Neighbors reported nothing unusual, though Mrs. Rivera next door mentioned occasionally hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the Marshall home, even before they moved in. More rooms continued to appear. A home office for Sarah, though she worked as a nurse at the local hospital. A craft room filled with half-finished projects in a hobby she had never pursued. A sunroom overlooking a garden that didn't exist outside the window. Each new space contained photographs documenting lives the Marshalls had never lived, memories they had never formed. By the time I was assigned to the case, 6 months after the first room appeared, the Marshalls had discovered 12 additional rooms. The house had become a labyrinth of alternative lives, glimpses into paths not taken, choices not made. The most disturbing part, Detective Rivera had noted in his report, is that the photographs are becoming more recent. The latest shows the Marshalls at what appears to be a graduation ceremony for their supposed son, dated next month. The psychological evaluation of the couple showed no signs of shared delusion or psychosis. Multiple officers had entered the house and confirmed the existence of the rooms. Samples taken from the furnishings were ordinary, commercially available items. The photographs contained no traceable anomalies beyond their impossible content. I closed the file as the rain intensified outside. The case remained open but inactive, classified as unexplained. The Marshalls had moved out 3 weeks after the discovery of the graduation photograph, abandoning most of their possessions in their haste to leave. The house stood empty now. The real estate listing had been withdrawn. But there was one detail that kept me returning to this file on quiet, rainy evenings like this one. Something that wasn't included in the official report. Something Detective Rivera had told me in confidence when he handed over the case. The day after the Marshalls moved out, he had done a final walkthrough of the property. The mysterious rooms were gone. The house was exactly as originally built: 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, a modest kitchen, and a basement. Except for a single photograph he found pushed under the refrigerator. a photograph of me sitting at this very desk, reviewing this very file, a photograph that couldn't possibly exist. I've never been inside 672 Willow Lane. The listing is active again. The house is described as charming and cozy, a perfect starter home for a detective recently transferred to Cedar Grove. I've scheduled a viewing for tomorrow. Story 8. I remember the thickness of the manila folder between my fingers as I pulled it from the dusty archives. The case had gone cold years ago, but something about it kept drawing me back. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead in the basement of the precinct, casting everything in a pallid glow that made time feel suspended. I ran my fingertips over the embossed lettering on the folder. Harmon, Elena Case 47,829. The paper inside had that distinct yellowing that comes with age, a testament to how long the questions had remained unanswered. Elena Harmon lived in a modest colonial on Maple Street, the kind with shutters that needed painting and a garden that suggested someone once cared. She was 42, a high school English teacher with 20 years of service, divorced, no children, well-liked but kept to herself. The ordinary life of an ordinary woman in an ordinary town until the letters began. The first one arrived on a Tuesday in October. The air had that particular crispness that makes you aware of your own breathing. Elena had spent her day grading papers at school, stopped for groceries at Martin's Market, and walked her neighbor's dog while they were away at their daughter's soccer tournament. She'd made chicken for dinner, called her sister, and read 40 pages of a mystery novel before bed. All of this would have been unremarkable, except every detail down to the title of the book, and the page where she'd stopped reading was described in elegant script on heavy cream stationery that arrived in her mailbox the very next morning. I thought it was a joke at first, she told Officer Collins during the initial interview. I can still hear her voice on the recording, the slight tremor beneath the forced casualness. Someone watching me, you know, a student maybe, or someone from the neighborhood. The envelope bore no return address, no postmark, just her name written in flowing calligraphy. When she brought it to the local post office, the clerk, Marjorie Winters, 30 years behind that same counter, examined it with narrowed eyes behind thick glasses. "This letter was never sent, Ms. Harmon," she said, "at least not through us." I spread the evidence photos across the table. The envelope itself was cream-colored, expensive stock. The seal on the back was dark red wax with no imprint. The handwriting inside was analyzed by 3 different experts who all concluded it was written with a fountain pen, real ink, by someone with excellent penmanship. No fingerprints except Elena's. No DNA except a partial that matched no one in any database. The second letter came 3 days later. Again, it detailed her movements from the previous day with unsettling precision. The third arrived after just 2 days. By the fourth letter, Elena had installed security cameras around her property. The footage showed nothing. No one approached her mailbox in the night, yet each morning there was another letter, as if materialized from the ether. "We've been watching your house for 5 days straight," Detective Marshall told her on the recording. His voice had that forced confidence that comes when you're trying not to show concern. "Nobody's been near your mailbox. Nobody." I sipped lukewarm coffee from a styrofoam cup as I stared at the photographs. The soft ticking of the wall clock kept me company in the silent archive room. 6 letters spread before me like fragments of a puzzle that refused to form a coherent picture. The 7th letter was different. I held it carefully by the edges, though it had been dusted for prints years ago. "Tomorrow you will receive a package," it read. "Do not open it. Do not tell anyone about it. Place it under the oak tree in Riverside Park at midnight. If you fail to do this, everyone will know what you did 17 years ago." The recording of Eleanor's voice became different after this letter. There was a hollowness to it, a resignation. "I don't know what it's talking about," she insisted to Detective Marshall. The slight uptick in her voice suggested otherwise. "I didn't do anything 17 years ago." The package arrived as promised, a small box wrapped in brown paper, no larger than a hardcover book. Eleanor, against instructions, brought it directly to the police station. When they opened it, they found a single photograph inside. The image showed a much younger Eleanor standing next to a man. His face had been burned out of the picture with what forensics determined was a cigarette. Eleanor's hands trembled as she looked at it. "I don't remember this," she whispered. The audio picked up the sound of her fingernails tapping nervously against the metal table. "I don't know who that is." Detective Marshall didn't believe her. Neither did I, listening to the recording years later. There's a certain quality to a lie told by someone who is genuinely afraid it comes out too smooth, too rehearsed, as if they've been preparing for this moment. The letters stopped after that. For 3 weeks, nothing appeared in Eleanor's mailbox. The surveillance continued for 2 of those weeks before resources were redirected to more pressing cases. Eleanor expressed relief, told the department she believed whoever was behind it had given up. Then came the night of November 17th. Temperature dropped to near freezing, the kind of clear night where sound travels further than it should. At 11:42 p.m., Eleanor Harmon called 911. "There's someone in my house," she whispered into the phone. The recording captures the terror in her voice, the shallow breathing. "They left another letter on my pillow. I was asleep. Please hurry." Officers arrived 8 minutes later. The front door was locked from the inside. They had to break it down. They found no signs of forced entry anywhere in the house, no footprints in the soft earth around the windows, no one hiding in closets or under beds. They did find a letter on Eleanor's pillow, written in the same elegant handwriting on the same expensive stationery, but Eleanor was gone. The letter reads, "Now everyone will know." The search for Eleanor Harmon lasted 6 months. Her face appeared on posters throughout 3 counties. Her sister made tearful pleas on local news. The case file grew thicker with leads that went nowhere, tips that fizzled out, theories that collapsed under scrutiny. Then, on a rainy April morning, a package arrived at the police station addressed to Detective Marshall. Inside was Eleanor's driver's license and a final letter in that same handwriting. "She's where she belongs now, where she put him 17 years ago." I closed the file, my fingers lingering on the worn edges. The case remains unsolved. No body was ever found. No suspect was ever identified. The handwriting analysis led nowhere. The partial DNA sample degraded in storage after a cooling system failure in 2018. What happened 17 years before the letters began? The investigation uncovered that Eleanor had moved to town 16 years earlier, which meant whatever may have occurred happened before she arrived. Her previous life was in Seattle, where records showed she taught at a different high school, lived in an apartment downtown, and by all accounts led an unremarkable life there too. Except for a 3-month gap in her employment record, a period where her sister admitted they hadn't spoken, a time Eleanor never discussed with anyone. I sometimes drive by her house on Maple Street. New people live there now, a young family with children who play in the yard. They probably don't know the story of the previous owner. They've painted the shutters a cheerful blue and revived the garden. The oak tree in Riverside Park still stands. I've sat beneath it more times than I can count, wondering if Eleanor Harmon buried something or someone nearby 17 years ago, wondering if she's buried there now too. The letters remain in evidence. Sometimes, late at night when the precinct is quiet, I take them out and study the handwriting, searching for some clue we all missed. The elegant curves and precise dots over each I seem to mock me, as if they're trying to tell me something I'm too dense to understand. And sometimes I could swear the handwriting looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, like it's been right in front of me all along. Just like those letters were right in front of Eleanor each morning, appearing as if from nowhere, telling her they knew everything she'd done the day before, everything she'd ever done. Until the day she disappeared, leaving nothing behind but questions that whisper in the dark, patient as dust settling on a case file that will never be closed. Story 9, she bought it from an antique shop, charmed by its delicate dress and porcelain face. But every morning she found it in a different room. One night she woke to find it sitting at the foot of her bed, its glass eyes staring straight at her. I still remember the first time I walked into that house. The air had a certain heaviness to it, like the atmosphere before a storm, though the sky outside was clear and blue. The call had come in just after dawn, a welfare check that quickly turned into something more unsettling. The neighbor hadn't seen Marion Calvert for 3 days, unusual for the retired schoolteacher who maintained a predictable routine in the small coastal town of Amberley Cove. The front door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the silent house. Everything was in perfect order, too perfect, perhaps. Books aligned with mathematical precision on oak shelves, cushions carefully arranged on the floral sofa, not a speck of dust on the coffee table. The only thing out of place was the small porcelain doll, sitting upright in the middle of the kitchen floor, its painted eyes seeming to follow me as I moved through the room. "Did you find anything unusual, Detective?" asked Officer Reeves, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he too felt the need to preserve the unnerving stillness of the house. "Nothing obvious," I replied, my gaze drawn back to the doll, "but I want to check upstairs." The staircase would groaned underfoot as we ascended. Each step felt like an intrusion into a space that had been undisturbed for some time. The upper hallway was cooler than downstairs, the air stagnant with the faint smell of lavender and something else, something metallic and organic that grew stronger as we approached the main bedroom. Marion Calvert lay peacefully on her bed, eyes closed, hands folded across her chest. If not for the unnatural pallor of her skin and the small, dried trickle of blood from her ear, she might have been sleeping. The medical examiner would later determine she had died of a cerebral hemorrhage, likely 3 days before we found her. Natural causes, they said, case closed. Except for the doll. I interviewed the neighbor who called it in, Reeves said as we drove back to the station, rain now falling in a gentle mist that blurred the landscape. Mrs. Lennox, known Marion for 20 years, said Marion bought that doll 2 weeks ago from Harriet's Antiques on Maple Street. Did she mention anything unusual about it? I asked, though I wasn't sure why I cared. Just that Marion became fixated on it, called Mrs. Lennox twice, saying the doll kept moving around the house on its own. Last time they spoke, Marion sounded frightened, said she woke up and found the doll sitting at the foot of her bed, staring at her. I nodded slowly, watching raindrops race down the passenger window. Probably just a lonely woman with an overactive imagination, or early signs of the condition that killed her. But something about the doll lingered in my mind, its perfect posture, the slight tilt of its head, those glass eyes that seemed to hold more than just reflected light. 3 days later, I found myself pushing open the door to Harriet's Antiques. The shop smelled of old books and furniture polish, crowded with forgotten treasures that cast long shadows in the afternoon light. The owner, a woman in her 70s with silver hair and piercing blue eyes, looked up from her ledger. "Detective Mercer," I introduced myself, showing my badge. "I'm looking into the death of Marion Calvert." "Poor Marion," Harriet murmured, closing her book. "Such a gentle soul. I heard it was her heart." "Brain hemorrhage," I corrected, "natural causes, but I'm curious about a doll she purchased from you recently. Porcelain face, Victorian-style dress." Harriet's expression shifted subtly. The Adeline doll, yes, Marion was quite taken with it, said it reminded her of a doll her grandmother had. "Do you know where it came from originally?" The older woman hesitated, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on the wooden counter. An estate sale in Millfield, the Whitman house. It had been in their family for generations. "And was there anything unusual about it?" I asked, feeling slightly foolish for the question. Harriet studied me for a long moment. The Whitman's daughter Elizabeth died young, just 8 years old. Influenza back in 1918. The doll was hers. Mrs. Whitman always said Elizabeth's spirit stayed with the doll, that sometimes in the night she would hear her daughter's laughter coming from the nursery. I nodded, maintaining a professional demeanor despite the chill that ran down my spine. And did anyone else who owned the doll report movement? "Detective," Harriet said gently, "objects don't move by themselves, but people who are lonely, who need companionship, they sometimes see what they need to see." I left the shop with more questions than answers. The case was officially closed, yet I found myself driving past Marion Calvert's house almost daily. It remained empty, the estate sale sign swaying gently in the breeze. Each time I passed, I half expected to see that doll watching from one of the windows. 2 weeks later, Marion's belongings were auctioned off. I attended, telling myself it was professional curiosity. The doll wasn't listed in the catalog. When I asked the executor about it, he shrugged. "Probably thrown out with the trash. Can't imagine anyone wanting that creepy thing." But I knew better. Someone had taken it, or perhaps it had found its own way out. A month after Marion's death, I received a call from Officer Reeves. "You might want to come down to the Henley residence on Oakwood Drive," he said, his voice unusually tense. "Mrs. Henley's housekeeper found her this morning. Natural causes, supposedly, but..." "But what?" I prompted when he trailed off. "There's a doll here, sitting on the dresser across from her bed. The housekeeper swears it wasn't there 3 days ago when she last cleaned." I drove to the Henley home with a sense of dread building in my chest. The house was different from Marion's, larger, more modern, but the atmosphere inside felt eerily familiar. That same heaviness, that same stillness. And there it was, the Adeline doll, perched on the dresser with its glass eyes fixed on the bed where Mrs. Henley had been found. I approached it carefully, noting the delicate features, the painted smile that seemed to hold secrets. "Mrs. Henley bought it at a yard sale last week," the housekeeper explained, her voice trembling slightly. "Said it was too beautiful to pass up, but yesterday she called me, sounding confused. Said the doll kept moving around the house on its own." I stared at the doll, and for a moment, just a fleeting moment, I could have sworn its eyes blinked. Detective Reeves prompted, concern in his voice. I shook my head, clearing the thought. It's just a doll, I said firmly, more to myself than to him. Just an old doll that's found its way from one lonely person to another. But as I carefully placed it into an evidence bag, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, waiting patiently for the right moment to move again. The doll sits in the evidence locker now, catalogued and sealed away. Sometimes, late at night when I'm working alone at the station, I think I hear the soft sound of movement from that room, like the rustle of a tiny dress or the faint tap of porcelain against metal. I tell myself it's just my imagination, influenced by the stories of two lonely women. And yet I find myself checking the evidence log more often than I should, making sure the bag remains sealed, that the doll stays exactly where I left it. Because sometimes in the corner of my eye I catch a glimpse of something moving, and sometimes in my dreams I see those glass eyes staring back at me from the foot of my bed. And I wonder who will find the doll next, or perhaps, more accurately, who will the doll choose to find. Story 10. The gentle current of the river flowed lazily that quiet morning, the water mirroring the sky like a flawless piece of glass. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the peculiar sight of a suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially mistaking it for discarded clothes, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he approached, catching a whiff of a sickly sweet odor that hung heavy in the air. The suitcase, tightly bound in chains with rust gnawing at its edges, held secrets within its weathered exterior. When authorities pried it open, they were met not with garments, but with a haunting discovery, a tangle of hair and fingers frozen in a desperate grip. And at the bottom, a cryptic note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence commanding yet serene as she observed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay still, her dark hair clinging to her pallid skin, evidence of her watery grave. The meticulous work of the medical examiner painted a somber picture, each detail catalogued with precision before the body was gently taken away. But what struck Mercer the most was not the brutality of the disposal, but the eerie reverence shown to the victim, her nails impeccably manicured, her hair styled with care, and her attire speaking of luxury and taste. She was not simply discarded here, Mercer mused, her gaze following the rhythmic dance of the water against the muddy bank. She was prepared, displayed. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in high-end properties, led a seemingly charmed life. Divorced, childless, she dwelled alone in an affluent neighborhood, her ambition and meticulous nature drawing admiration from colleagues. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her concerned assistant when she failed to attend a crucial showing, sent ripples of alarm through those who knew her best. She would never miss such an opportunity, the assistant insisted, her voice tinged with worry. That sale was meant to be her crowning achievement. As investigators delved into Walsh's pristine, modernist abode, a pattern of perfection emerged, a place for everything and everything in its place. From the designer furnishings meticulously arranged to the flawlessly organized meals in her refrigerator, Walsh's world exuded a sense of curated order. Yet a single anomaly caught their attention, a slightly ajar drawer in her home office, concealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent a chill down their spines. He's watching again. The same car, different plates. Further scrutiny of Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a troubling narrative, mysterious emails from unknown senders, all bearing the unsettling message, "I see your perfection," dispatched at precise intervals. Her online searches for security measures and self-defense tools hinted at a growing unease, a fear lurking beneath the veneer of her flawless facade. Connecting these threads of evidence, Mercer shared her insights with her partner, recognizing a chilling pattern emerging from the meticulous crime scene. "Our perpetrator is not driven by blind rage," she intoned, her words carrying an air of quiet certainty. This was a ritual. A breakthrough in the investigation emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawnshop proprietor recognizing Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, absent from her personal effects. The culprit, identified as Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker, came into focus through surveillance footage linking him to Walsh's building. His repeated entries, sometimes with his maintenance cart and other times without, coincided with her absences during property showings. A search of Linden's unassuming apartment revealed a macabre tableau walls plastered with surreptitious photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a haunting resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were marked with red crosses, signifying his twisted selection process. Walsh, the third victim in Linden's sinister collection, was but a piece in his disturbing puzzle. Hidden behind a false wall in his closet lay a shrine of the macabre, each victim's possessions meticulously curated: a lock of hair entwined in a brush, tissues stained with lipstick, mundane artifacts imbued with sinister significance. Journals chronicling their daily routines, preferences, and habits added a chilling layer to the unfolding horror. The interrogation room turned frigid when Linden was brought in, his demeanor devoid of emotion as he faced the damning evidence before him. Calmly, almost mechanically, he uttered words that sent a shiver down Mercer's spine. "They were flawed," he confessed, his voice devoid of remorse. "They presented themselves as perfect, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk was always in disarray, her lipstick never quite right, her perfection was a facade." The search for the missing victims mentioned in Linden's cryptic note led investigators to desolate locales, where two more suitcases surfaced, each concealing a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Walsh. Real estate agents like her, each boasting a reputation for meticulous attention to detail, had unwittingly attracted Linden's twisted gaze. During Linden's trial, a chilling stillness pervaded the courtroom, the families of the victims grappling with unfathomable loss. Prosecutors unveiled the meticulous planning behind Linden's heinous acts, his methodical stalking, and his cruel quest to perfect his victims before snuffing out their lives. The judge's verdict, a life sentence without parole, brought a semblance of justice, yet left unanswered questions lingering in the shadows. For Detective Mercer, the case closed officially, but the specter of unanswered queries haunted her thoughts. What dark compulsion drove Linden to fixate on these particular women? What hidden imperfection within himself did he seek to expunge through his twisted rituals? As the river meandered its course, carrying away all traces of the tragedy that had unfolded along its banks, Mercer sat in the precinct, the chilling notebooks from the case resting on her desk. They served as a stark reminder that beneath the facade of normalcy, beneath the veneer of perfection, darkness could lurk, waiting to surface. And in the quiet corners of seemingly ordinary lives, the most insidious predators may lie in wait, masked by a facade of normalcy, biding their time for the moment when imperfection reveals itself. Story 11, in the dead of night, a mere flicker disrupted the tranquility of the baby monitor's feed. The mother, initially brushing it off as mere interference, soon found herself drawn into a world of mystery. The crackling audio pierced the silence, carrying a soft whisper that seemed to echo through the room. SHHH, go back to sleep. A chill ran down her spine, freezing her in place. With a heart pounding like a drum, she dashed to her son's room, only to find the crib empty, devoid of the innocent presence that should have been nestled inside. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy eyes fixed upon her in an unblinking gaze. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, tearing through the darkness until her throat was raw and her voice gave out. The neighbors, startled by her cries, summoned help, and soon emergency services descended upon the scene. There she was, clutching the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of torment and disbelief, as her 4-month-old son, Samuel, had vanished into thin air. The investigation that followed seemed to lead nowhere. No trace of forced entry, no disturbance in the security system, just the haunting memory of that eerie voice on the baby monitor. Questions loomed unanswered. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and disappear without a trace, leaving behind only a haunting whisper and a stuffed toy? Suspicion soon turned towards Rebecca herself. Her husband Daniel had been away on business, their strained marriage casting shadows on their already troubled past. Medical records hinted at struggles with postpartum depression, painting a bleak picture for the investigators. Her composure during questioning, an unsettling calm in the face of a mother's worst nightmare, only fueled the whispers that spread through the community like wildfire. Then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Tiny fibers, unseen to the naked eye but crucial in their revelation, were discovered on the nursery windowsill. They belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining access from the outside. The focus shifted, and new lights began to surface. Security footage from neighboring homes unveiled a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows that fateful night. A footprint in the garden soil led to revelations of specialized climbing gear, pointing fingers towards a new suspect, Daniel, who had returned from his trip with unexpected calluses and a newfound hobby in rock climbing. The pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Financial records painted a grim picture, with a substantial life insurance policy taken out on Samuel and suspicious calls to an unknown number. Daniel's secrets unraveled further when his hidden second family came to light, unbeknownst to Rebecca. The darkness within their lives seemed insurmountable. As the shadows deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a beacon of truth. Digital forensics exposed a hack, revealing that the whispered voice had been a remote intrusion, a manipulation of reality. The investigation led to a chilling discovery in a desolate basement. A woman named Elaine, caring for Samuel, her eyes vacant, her motives shrouded in a veil of tragedy. Elaine's connection to Daniel, his first wife haunted by loss, unfolded like a dark tapestry woven with deceit and betrayal. Their plan, meticulously crafted through encrypted messages, left no room for doubt. The trial echoed with the echoes of that whispered voice, the truth hidden in plain sight, as Daniel's facade crumbled under the weight of evidence. The jury's swift decision sealed their fate. Daniel and Elaine, convicted of heinous crimes against innocence, faced the consequences of their actions. Rebecca and Samuel, scarred by the ordeal, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor stood silent, a sentinel of truth in a world of deception. Samuel grew up in the light of a new dawn, shielded from the horrors of that fateful night. And as Rebecca tucked away the stuffed rabbit, its glassy eyes a silent witness to the darkness that once enveloped their lives, she knew that the whispers of the past could never erase the resilience of the human spirit. The monitor had spoken the truth, not in words, but in the echoes of a nightmare turned into a tale of survival and redemption. Story 12. In the quiet of dawn, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box whispering secrets. It wasn't intended for her, yet her curiosity beckoned her closer. With trembling hands, she uncovered a VHS tape accompanied by a simple directive: watch alone. Sarah hesitated, feeling the weight of the unknown in her grasp, a heaviness that tugged at her senses. The suburban sounds of daily life drifted through her windows, a familiar backdrop to the enigma before her. Against the backdrop of mundane existence, Sarah found herself drawn to the enigmatic tape. With a flicker of defiance against reason, she inserted it into her old VCR. The screen crackled to life, revealing a dimly lit room and a man, Daniel Whitaker, shrouded in shadows. His voice, a whisper in the darkness, spoke of innocence tainted by circumstance, of a twisted web of deception closing in around him. As Sarah delved deeper into the cryptic message, Detective Eliza Ramirez unraveled a parallel tale of intrigue and manipulation. The case of Catherine Walsh's murder, once seemingly straightforward, began to unravel under the weight of new evidence: the tapes, the whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, and the unsettling realization that truth had been buried beneath layers of deceit. With each revelation, Sarah's world intertwined with Daniel Whitaker's, their paths converging in a dance of fate and justice. The second package, a trove of incriminating documents, shed light on the dark machinations of powerful forces at play. As Detective Ramirez connected the dots, a chilling narrative of corporate espionage and betrayal emerged, casting shadows over the facade of justice. In a moment of clarity, Sarah uncovered a crucial detail overlooked by many: a reflection, a clue leading to a storage unit brimming with damning evidence. The walls of deception crumbled, revealing the insidious truth lurking beneath the surface. Justice, slow and methodical, prevailed as the perpetrators were unmasked, their schemes laid bare for all to see. As Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows of suspicion, a transformed figure marked by the ordeal, he and Sarah found themselves standing at the nexus of truth and deception. In a poignant exchange, they reflected on the arbitrary nature of fate, on the thin line between innocence and guilt in a world governed by shadows. The VHS tapes, artifacts of a bygone era, bore witness to a narrative of resilience and redemption, a testament to the power of unwavering curiosity in the face of deception. In the end, Sarah realized that the wrong address had led her to the heart of a labyrinthine mystery, where truth and lies intertwined in a delicate balance, waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek the unknown. Story 13. The Nursery's Secrets. In the hush of anticipation, she felt the urge to transform the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, held tales untold within their ancient layers. As she swept on the initial coat of fresh white paint, a hidden mystery began to unveil itself: letters, faint at first, then sharpening into focus, forming a cryptic message beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." A shiver danced down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes widened at the sight that greeted her: tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high for any child's reach. The revelation within the nursery of the Morgan residence set the stage for what would later become known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style abode not long ago, lured by its seemingly unbelievable price. The real estate agent had casually mentioned minor cosmetic issues, omitting any reference to the dwelling's shadowed past. Detective Sarah Klein, her notebook clutched in hand, pressed the doorbell of the residence. A woman answered, her belly swollen with the promise of new life, clad in paint-stained overalls. Weariness clung to her, evident in the dark circles beneath her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremor in the woman's hands as she recounted the chilling discovery of the message and handprints. The previous occupants vanished abruptly, the woman divulged. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night, leaving without a trace, with only essential belongings packed into their car. Stepping across the threshold, Detective Klein traversed the historic home, the aged floorboards creaking beneath her weight. Pausing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the enigmatic message still visible where the painting had been abandoned. Adjacent to it, 5 diminutive handprints marked the fresh paint, positioned at a height no child could reach. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The house had exchanged hands 8 times in 3 decades, a notably high turnover rate. Each family had resided for less than 2 years. More disconcerting were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Accounts of children hearing whispers from the walls and feeling eyes upon them as they slumbered. The detective delved deeper, unearthing construction logs and historical documents. The residence had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who had operated an orphanage within its walls during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings chronicled the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have fled. Upon Eleanor's passing, renovations revealed a concealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Inside, remnants of children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and garments were found, yet no bodies. The case grew cold, relegated to dusty archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a harrowing narrative. Each family with children reported eerie incidents, toys moved in the night, childish laughter resonating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as mere figments of imagination until the ominous script materialized. The message varied slightly in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. The same script unfailingly surfacing during nursery repaints. A linguistic expert confirmed that the writing matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's diaries. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement over the years, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a chilling turn as the detective persuaded the current residents to allow ground-penetrating radar beneath the basement's floor. Anomalies in the readings pointed to 5 distinct shapes, each resembling a child's form. Breaking through the concrete, the workers unearthed a macabre truth. 5 sets of remains, child-sized, arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis revealed that the children had met their demise during Eleanor's occupancy. Each child wore a pendant bearing their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly fled. Luminol sprayed in the nursery unveiled a haunting sight. Handprints glowed in the darkness, hidden beneath layers of paint, countless imprints as if the children had sought to escape. Eleanor's journals, salvaged from county archives, exposed her twisted motives. She believed orphaned children harbored unique spiritual energy, intending to harness their vitality to prolong her own existence. The case concluded with a dignified burial for the 5 victims, their names finally etched as murder victims and not runaways. The house stood desolate, the expectant couple refusing to set foot within its walls again. Detective Klein penned her final report, enclosing images of luminol-illuminated handprints and the cryptic message. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, an enigmatic presence lingered within the house, reaching out through layers of time and paint. The nursery walls were dismantled during remediation, but workers reported hearing spectral whispers amidst the debris, refusing to return after dusk. The dwelling was eventually condemned, a cold case in the annals of law enforcement, a tangible resolution, yet spiritual riddles left unanswered. A solitary photograph remained with the detective, a spectral image of 5 glowing handprints in the gloom, a poignant reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks, impervious to fresh coats of paint. Story 14: The Enigmatic Manor. The new owners brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system as a charming quirk of their heritage home. Nestled among ancient oak trees, the Victorian manor exuded an air of mystery, its exterior weathered but its interior modernized. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property by its historical charm and the vintage intercom system connecting all the rooms. One fateful night, curiosity got the best of Daniel. He pressed the intercom button, expecting only static. Instead, a chilling whisper crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, standing behind him, denied ever uttering those words. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in. But as she spoke with the Parkers, it became clear that something more sinister was at play. Daniel recounted the strange occurrences with the intercom, while Meredith revealed a shocking discovery hidden behind a wall, a leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina, the previous owner of the house. Alina's journal hinted at a dark secret, her suspicions that her husband, Vincent, was plotting against her. The final entry, dated 3 decades ago, marked the abrupt end of her documented fears. Further investigation revealed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house, with Vincent selling it shortly after Alina's disappearance without a trace. As the detectives delved deeper, they unearthed human remains buried beneath the garden shed. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with signs of a fatal blow to the head. A wedding band inscribed with "To Alina, my eternal love," tied the remains to the long-missing woman. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the crime when confronted with the evidence. He admitted to silencing his wife's constant voice by silencing her forever, burying her beneath the house she once called home. Vincent's meticulously crafted facade of Alina's abandonment crumbled under the weight of the truth. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The judge acknowledged the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark past, sold the property after a somber memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The new owners opted to remove the intercom system during renovations, unaware of its eerie history. Workers reported hearing faint whispers and static as they dismantled the ancient wiring, attributing it to electrical interference. Detective Reeves revisited the case files before they were archived, pondering the house's enigmatic ability to reveal its long-buried secrets. Dubbed the house that answered back by local law enforcement, the manor stood as a silent witness to the tragedy that unfolded within its walls. Detective Reeves occasionally drove past the property, the window cracked open, listening for whispers carried on the wind, a haunting reminder of the spirits that lingered in the shadows of the mysterious manor. Story 15. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, his sanctuary of routine and solitude. He would sit at the same table, order the same black coffee, and envelop himself in the comforting silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he didn't show up. When the authorities checked his usual spot, they discovered a wallet abandoned. Inside was a driver's license bearing a photo, yet devoid of any identifying information, a blank void where his name should have been. Detective Sarah Mercer leaned forward, her fingertips grazing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the security footage once more. The enigmatic figure, now dubbed John Doe in the case files, appeared unremarkable on screen. Average in stature with features that blended into the background, clad in a navy coat and toting a weathered leather messenger bag. His vanishing act defied all logic, given his unassuming presence. "Replay it," Mercer instructed the tech specialist. The footage unveiled John's entrance during the bustling morning rush. He placed his usual order, black coffee, no sugar, and settled at the corner table partially shielded by foliage. Engrossed in a notebook, he would intermittently glance out the window, punctuating his thoughts with sips of coffee. Then came the pivotal moment. He left his wallet on the table, rose, and strolled towards the restroom corridor. But he never returned, never re-emerged through any exit. He simply disappeared into thin air. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer directed. "That's the peculiar part," the specialist responded. "He never set foot in a restroom. We've scoured every angle, but it's as if he evaporated into nothingness." Back at the precinct, Mercer scattered the wallet's contents across her desk. The driver's license photo matched the enigmatic man, yet the personal details were conspicuously absent. The credit cards lacked names, featuring only string of numbers that led to non-existent accounts. Neatly stacked cash, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days prior, and a solitary business card blank on both sides, save for a faintly printed phone number. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered silence on the other end, accompanied by the rustling of paper as though someone were leafing through pages. The call abruptly ended after 30 seconds. The barista who had served John diligently offered scant insights. He was reserved but polite, tipped generously, perhaps had an accent though his voice was hushed. Did he converse with anyone here, form connections? Mercer inquired. Never. Always solitary, engrossed in his writings, the barista responded. The notebook, brimming with cryptic symbols and coded text, remained beside the forsaken wallet. Decoders from the department struggled to decipher its contents. Among the sketches were architectural designs of unfamiliar structures. Mercer dispatched officers to canvass the area with John Doe's photos, yet no one recognized him. No missing persons reports aligned with his description. His fingerprints eluded all databases, confining his existence to the confines of the cafe. During her probe, Mercer discerned an anomaly in the security footage. Whenever John entered the cafe, the timestamp flickered fleetingly. The specialist dismissed it as a technical glitch, but Mercer harbored doubts. Returning to the cafe, she occupied his table. From this vantage point, she observed both the entrance and the hallway leading to the restrooms, flanked by an antique mirror adorned with cryptic symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Upon questioning the cafe owner about the mirror, Mercer learned of its unmovable nature. "It's been here longer than I have, came with the building, quite the burden to relocate. Has it ever been shifted for cleaning or renovations?" Mercer probed. "Not in my tenure. Why the interest?" Mercer approached the mirror, assessing her reflection. The glass distorted her image, imparting an illusion of depth. Anticipating cool glass, she encountered an unexpected warmth upon touching it. The forensics team unearthed a concealed compartment behind the mirror, housing identical wallets with blank driver's licenses. Nestled beside them was a leather-bound journal chronicling entries spanning decades, inscribed in the same hand as the abandoned notebook. The final entry ominously read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Fingerprints, all matching John Doe's, littered the hidden alcove. The earliest wallet, carbon-dated to 50 years prior, bore an unaged visage. The journal delineated experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference, alluding to crossing back and window points. One paragraph seized Mercer's attention. "The cafe serves as a nexus, a juncture where realities converge." The mirror is the threshold. When alignment aligns, passage ensues. As the inquiry deepened, peculiar occurrences besieged the cafe. Patrons reported witnessing their reflections move independently in the window glass. Some swore they glimpsed John Doe seated at his usual table, though surveillance cameras refuted their claims. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, reached out to the authorities. A former physicist involved in clandestine projects, she identified John Doe as Daniel Weston, a prodigious theoretical physicist who vanished amidst quantum mirror experiments. Weston postulated the coexistence of myriad realities and theorized about weak points facilitating interreality traversal. Mercer revisited the cafe, discovering its roots in the former research facility where Weston had vanished. Erected atop the laboratory's remnants, the cafe harbored a history entwined with Weston's enigmatic disappearance. The investigation crescendoed when Mercer, combing through security footage late one night, discerned a revelation unnoticed before. Reflected in the mirror, John Doe Daniel Weston observed his own seated self, two iterations coexisting. Hastening to the cafe, Mercer found the mirror shattered, harboring a final missive scribed in familiar script. The trial is concluded. The portal is sealed. Do not venture forth. The enigma of the Phantom Man remains unsolved. The cafe shuttered post-inquiry, the edifice eventually razed. Weston's remains eluded discovery, his journals vanishing from evidence custody under mysterious circumstances. Mercer bid farewell to the force, her solace found in frantic writings within a notebook akin to Weston's. A fragment of an antique mirror adorns her wall, its surface at times rippling in unseen winds. Story 16, The Realtor's Secret. The listing had whispered no secrets of a hidden basement. The blueprints had kept their silence, revealing no trace of the concealed chamber lurking beneath the floor. Yet, when the family dared to peel back the layers of time, lifting the worn carpet to unveil a door long forgotten, they were met with a mystery waiting to be unraveled. A hefty, rusted handle beckoned, and it took the combined strength of three to pry the door ajar. A rush of stale air, heavy with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended the weathered steps into the shadows below. Anticipation hung in the air. They had expected mere storage, but were met with something far more unsettling. A solitary chair stood sentinel in the dim glow of a swaying light bulb, casting dancing shadows across the walls. And there, in a chilling display, a row of photographs, familiar faces frozen in time, their own reflections staring back at them from the wall. The Mercer family had been drawn to the suburban property in the depths of winter, seeking solace in its aging façade and whispered tales of history. Little did they know that the house held secrets far older and darker than they could have ever imagined, secrets that would entwine their lives with a past long forgotten. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, the weight of the unknown hanging heavy in the air. Her partner, the crime scene unit, moved with precision, securing the perimeter as if guarding against unseen forces. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had beckoned them here, leading to the discovery that would shatter their sense of security. "We must document everything," Connors declared, her gloved hands steady as she directed the forensic team to capture the eerie tableau before them. The basement revealed itself, a chamber of concrete walls and hidden truths, the chair at its center a silent witness to unseen horrors. The wall of photographs told a tale of intrusion, of moments stolen and lives observed in secret. Each image a piece of a puzzle that begged to be solved, a puzzle with tendrils reaching far into the past. As the investigation unfolded, the shadows of the past grew longer, casting doubt on the history of the house and its previous inhabitants. Each owner, a link in a chain of mystery, had unknowingly played a role in a twisted game of observation. The contractor's revelation sent shivers down their spines, his denial of the existence of the hidden chamber adding another layer to the enigma. The house, it seemed, held more secrets than could be contained within its walls. Digital forensics unveiled a web of surveillance, a voyeuristic obsession that spanned generations. The unseen observer, Edward Kelvin, had woven himself into the very fabric of the house, his presence a specter haunting every room. The discovery of hidden recordings and a journal filled with chilling observations painted a portrait of a man consumed by his own delusions. Kelvin's descent into madness had turned the house into a prison of his own making, a prison from which he could never escape. The manhunt that followed revealed a truth more unsettling than any could have imagined. Kelvin, a ghost in his own home, had watched, waited, and documented the lives of those who had unknowingly fallen into his twisted web. As the legal proceedings unfolded, the Mercer family made a choice to sever ties with the house, leaving behind the echoes of a past they could never fully comprehend. Kelvin's fate was sealed, but the scars he left behind would linger long after the house had crumbled to dust. In the stillness of the night, those who had crossed paths with Edward Kelvin found themselves haunted by the specter of his presence. The walls that had once seemed solid now held whispers of a past that refused to be forgotten, a past that watched and waited in the shadows. And so, as the remnants of the house were erased from the earth, the true legacy of Edward Kelvin remained a legacy of intrusion, a violation of a darkness that lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered in the quiet moments of solitude. A legacy that whispered of the thin veil between safety and surveillance, between home and haunted house. Story 17. In the secluded attic, hidden beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon a porcelain doll. Its presence, delicate and aged, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, brushed off the discovery as just another forgotten relic of the past, a mere antique lost in time. Yet that night, a subtle unease lingered in the air as they retired to their bed. The weight of silence enveloped them, and when morning dawned, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic's shadows. It now sat solemnly at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house's enchanting woodwork and enigmatic allure when they bought it at auction, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled history. Little did they know they were about to become entwined in the very narrative they had sought out. Detective Rachel Winters, a figure of resolve and precision, received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The scene she encountered was chilling. The female victim meticulously arranged in the master bedroom, limbs contorted unnaturally, eyes wide with a frozen terror. And nearby, the male victim lay in the hallway, a silent witness to his failed escape. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, she noted the deliberate positioning of the victims, akin to dolls meticulously posed for a morbid display. The investigation unfolded with a sense of foreboding, as neighbors shared eerie accounts of shadows dancing behind curtains and ghostly laughter echoing through the night. The forensic team uncovered traces of vintage fabrics, reminiscent of antique doll clothing, scattered throughout the house, particularly concentrated around the victims and the attic space. The absence of any tangible evidence only deepened the mystery. The lack of fingerprints, DNA, or footprints suggested a presence that defied the physical realm. Delving into the property's history, Detective Winters unearthed a pattern of tragic deaths shrouded in enigma, with each previous owner meeting an untimely demise under inexplicable circumstances. A thread emerged connecting the victims. They had all sought to alter the attic, unknowingly awakening a malevolent force that lurked within the house's time-worn walls. A newspaper clipping from decades past unveiled a dark chapter in the house's history, tracing back to a reclusive doll maker and his ill-fated daughter. The final creation, a haunting replica of the deceased child, loomed ominously in the shadows of the attic. As the investigation progressed, spectral handprints and mysterious residues hinted at a sinister presence intertwined with the very essence of the house. A revelation from a distant relative of the dollmaker shed light on arcane rituals and the infusion of human elements into the dolls, a macabre practice to bestow them with a semblance of life. The truth blurred the lines between the tangible and the supernatural, leading the investigation into uncharted territory where conventional explanations faltered. The doll, a conduit for malevolence, slipped from the confines of evidence, leaving only confusion and unanswered questions in its wake. The house changed hands once more, its eerie past casting a shadow over its grandeur. The attic, now devoid of the doll's haunting presence, remained a silent witness to the secrets it held. Detective Winters, burdened by the unsolved case, retired quietly, carrying with her a forbidden photograph and memories she dared not confront. The new owners, wise to the house's legacy, chose to leave the attic undisturbed, yet whispers of a spectral presence lingered in the stillness of the night, a reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 18. Renovations always have a way of unraveling the mysteries hidden within the walls of time. As old floorboards were lifted, revealing a trove of forgotten relics, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a folded letter tucked beneath the wood. The paper, weathered and fragile, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the full weight of this enigmatic message, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued and unsettled, the couple sought the help of Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. With the floorboard still gaping open, the detective delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the unwitting touch of Sarah and Michael. Their genuine fear was palpable as they recounted the chilling sound of the knocks that seemed to echo from the depths of the past. As Reed delved deeper into the history of the Victorian-era home, a tangled web of secrets began to unfurl. The house, once belonging to the reclusive Hargrove family, held a murky past shrouded in whispers of unpaid debts and a mysterious collector who haunted their doorstep. Through meticulous detective work and haunting recollections from the past, Reed uncovered a tale of betrayal and tragedy that had long been buried beneath the floorboards. Franklin Hargrove, a once respected teacher turned recluse, had fallen into the clutches of gambling debts, leading to a fateful encounter with the elusive collector, Victor Mercer. Margaret, his devoted wife, bore witness to a dark chapter in their lives, culminating in a violent confrontation that left a chilling secret buried beneath the house. The truth, hidden in Margaret's diaries and forensic evidence, painted a grim picture of fear, betrayal, and ultimately, redemption. The bones of Victor Mercer, the long-lost collector, were unearthed from their clandestine grave, bringing closure to a decades-old mystery. Justice, though delayed, had finally been served, allowing the restless spirits of the past to find peace. As Sarah and Michael bid farewell to the haunted house, its dark history lingering in the shadows, the whispers of the past still echoed through the empty halls. The note, a haunting reminder of the sins of the past, remained a silent witness to the secrets that lay buried beneath the floorboards. Detective Reed, in her final report, pondered the lingering mysteries that defied easy explanation, reminding us that some truths may forever remain shrouded in the mists of time. And so the house stood vacant, a silent sentinel to a bygone era, where the echoes of 3 ghostly knocks still reverberated in the stillness of the night, a testament to the chilling warning, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Story 19. The ancient box lay hidden beneath years of clutter in the attic, a forgotten treasure left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Within its depths were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and togetherness from the past. Innocuous snapshots of birthdays and family gatherings filled with warmth and familiarity. But as she reached the final photo, a sense of unease began to seep into Rebecca's bones. The image depicted her own living room, the familiar couch, the familiar curtains, yet the family captured in the photograph was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway behind them, a figure stood watching. A chill danced down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the photo. Her fingertips quivered slightly, causing the Polaroid to tremble in response. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and 2 children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the ominous presence lingering just a few feet away. Carrying the photo downstairs, each creak of the wooden steps amplified the sense of isolation in the vast, empty house she had moved into just 4 months prior. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, Rebecca gazed at it under the stark glow of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the scene in the picture was undeniable. The archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window that welcomed the morning sun. This was her sanctuary, yet these faces were strangers from a bygone time. Into this unsettling mystery stepped Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of countless cases solved. With eyes that held secrets and a voice like a low rumble of distant thunder, he examined the photograph with a methodical precision. Running a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he flipped it over to find a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" His inquiry hung heavy in the air. Rebecca confessed her ignorance, sharing that the Nelsons had relocated out of state, their departure orchestrated through a realtor. Nodding knowingly, Morgan requested to borrow the photo, hinting at the possibility of his team identifying the enigmatic family captured in the image. And so, the investigation began its silent dance, pulling back the veil on a tapestry woven with threads of mystery and intrigue. Delving into the past, Rebecca discovered that the Nelsons had acquired the house from the Crawfords, who had abruptly vacated the premises after 7 years. Before them, the Mornos had resided there for almost a decade. Detective Morgan meticulously traced back through property records, interviewing former residents and piecing together a timeline of transient occupants. The breakthrough arrived unexpectedly in the form of a retired mail carrier who recognized the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. "They vanished without a trace," he divulged, his voice tinged with certainty. "Disappeared one day, leaving no forwarding address. The neighborhood assumed they had simply moved on without a word." Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior, unveiling subtle clues within the image, a peculiar pattern of dust particles suspended in the air, the eerie stillness of the subjects frozen in time. A timer was used for this shot, the forensic technician explained, pointing out the orchestrated positioning of the family members. But if the Sutherlands had orchestrated the photo, who was the shadowy figure observing from the hallway. Enhanced imaging unraveled more about the mysterious presence, tall, male, clad in dark attire, his visage shrouded in obscurity, yet his intent gaze palpable. He stood immobile, as if he belonged there, as if the house itself acknowledged his right to linger within its walls. A pattern emerged as Detective Morgan unearthed a haunting revelation. Prior to the Sutherlands, another family had occupied the residence for precisely 1 year before vanishing, and before them, yet another. 5 families over 5 years each disappearing without a trace after a year of residence. Rebecca, now dwelling in the house for 4 months, found herself entwined in a web of enigmatic disappearances that spanned generations. The investigation delved deeper into the annals of history, unearthing building records that whispered of a dark past. The house had been birthed by a revered architect, but the project manager had vanished without a trace near its completion. His replacement, Samuel Whitfield, had taken the reins, bringing the structure to fruition. Within police archives, a single photograph of Whitfield surfaced, a man of imposing stature, his hollow cheeks and piercing eyes akin to a specter from the past. When digitally aged and juxtaposed with the figure in the Polaroid, a chilling resemblance emerged. Yet Samuel Whitfield's demise was recorded as a tragic accident at another construction site, his body lost to the unforgiving earth. The focus of the investigation shifted to the basement, where ground-penetrating radar unearthed anomalies beneath the solid concrete floor. As jackhammers tore through the surface, a putrid stench wafted forth. Buried beneath layers of concrete and soil lay the missing families, perfectly preserved in the frigid earth. Among their possessions, a camera identical to the one that had taken the photo from the attic was discovered, along with a plethora of other snapshots, each capturing a different family, blissfully unaware of the looming presence in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, and Rebecca's ties to it severed as she was relocated to a secure hotel under police protection. A cryptic discovery in the attic revealed a concealed crawlspace behind a false wall, housing a cot, photography equipment, and a meticulously detailed journal chronicling the lives of the families who had inhabited the house. The final entry, dated a mere 3 days prior, sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline. In the dead of night, Rebecca's slumber was shattered by the shrill ring of her phone, dragging her from fitful dreams. Answering hesitantly, she was met with nothing but the echo of labored breathing. Then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera spitting out a photo into the void. The investigation lingers on, the house now a silent sentinel with windows blackened, its secrets cloaked in shadows. Samuel Whitfield remains an enigma, his fate a subject of speculation. Some believe him to be long deceased, while others assert he roams freely under a new guise in a new abode. And somewhere behind closed doors, photographs develop in the dark, a chilling testament to new families, new homes, and new watchers concealed in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who dare to unravel the truth behind the man in the photograph now find themselves under watchful eyes, their every move scrutinized by unseen forces. Story 20. The tale began innocently enough for Michael and Sarah Klein, the new occupants of a charming Victorian-era home. Little did they know that beneath the peeling wallpaper lay a hidden narrative waiting to be unveiled. It all started with a water stain in the master bedroom, a mere blemish on the floral wallpaper that caught Sarah's eye. Upon closer inspection, they discovered layers upon layers of history hidden beneath the surface. As they delicately peeled back the damaged wallpaper, a name emerged: Alina Winters, inked repeatedly in a frantic, uneven script that covered every inch of the wall. Sarah's fingers traced the name, a whisper escaping her lips as she pondered its significance. Who was Alina Winters, and why was her name etched so fervently into the wall? Their curiosity led them down a winding path of mystery and intrigue. Late nights were spent scouring property records, searching for any trace of Alina Winters. The internet yielded little until they stumbled upon a decades-old missing persons case bearing the same name. The missing woman's resemblance to the previous homeowner, Margaret Cavendish, sent shivers down their spines. Determined to unravel the enigma, Sarah and Michael delved deeper into the past. Their renovation plans took a backseat as they became consumed by the unsolved disappearance of Alina Winters. The more they unearthed, the more entangled they became in a web of secrets long buried. Their investigation took them on a journey through time, connecting dots that seemed impossibly distant. The retired detective, the hidden space beneath the floorboards, the ink-stained confession on the wall, all pieces of a puzzle that was slowly coming together, revealing a chilling truth. The discovery of multiple identities, DNA matches, and psychiatric records painted a haunting portrait of a woman named Rebecca Eldridge. A woman who had lost herself in a labyrinth of personalities, one of which had taken on the identity of Alina Winters. The walls of the house bore witness to her fractured psyche, a silent testament to a crime long forgotten. Forensic teams descended upon the property, unearthing long-buried secrets that tied the past to the present. The remains found beneath the garden confirmed the fate of Alina Winters, bringing closure to a family haunted by decades of uncertainty. Rebecca Eldridge, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, was finally apprehended, her elaborate charade crumbling in the face of undeniable truth. The names on the wall, once symbols of obsession and guilt, now stood as a solemn reminder of a life lost and a mind shattered. As Michael and Sarah watched the scene unfold from their front porch, they knew their dream home had become a haunting echo of a tragic past. The walls whispered of a crime long concealed, forever marking the house as a place where secrets were laid bare and justice, though delayed, was finally served. And as the night fell, casting a cloak of quiet over the world, they found solace in the knowledge that some mysteries, no matter how dark, eventually find their way into the light. Story 21. The aged apartment held its secrets, pipes murmuring, floorboards whispering stories of the past. Yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds that echoed through the walls. The footsteps, deliberate and steady, seemed to originate from above, despite her residing on the topmost floor. One fateful night, a surge of courage led her to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The echo of her action faded into silence. Then a solitary knock reverberated, emanating from within the confines of the ceiling. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, chose to keep the peculiar incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building or perhaps a small creature seeking refuge in the attic space. Night after night, the methodical footfalls traversed her ceiling, a haunting presence in the darkness. Sarah adapted, cranking up the volume of her television, donning headphones to muffle the unsettling rhythms that danced across her ceiling. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall to mend a leak outside Sarah's apartment, the worker uncovered a passage that defied the building plans. Within this hidden enclave lay a makeshift living space, adorned with remnants of sustenance, a tattered blanket, and a weathered notebook. Alarmed, the building superintendent summoned the police. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived at the scene to find the shaken maintenance worker muttering about a presence dwelling within the walls, a silent watcher. The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman's daily routine, her interactions, her preferences. The writing, initially orderly, spiraled into chaos, cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The subject ignores my signals now, the final entry lamented. No one ignores me. Forensic experts delved into the crawlspace, unearthing fingerprints untraceable in any database. An intricate network of passages concealed within the building's structure unveiled a chilling revelation. The passages connected to multiple apartments but culminated in concealed vantage points within one unit, Sarah Coleman's. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies, only the humdrum sounds of apartment life. Former inhabitants, however, recounted eerie sensations of being watched or unexplained disturbances. One tenant departed after a mere fortnight, silenced by fear of appearing paranoid. A breakthrough surfaced when forensic analysis exposed minuscule traces of blood in one of the hidden passages. DNA testing linked the blood to Martin Weaver, a resident who had vanished without a trace years prior, residing directly below Sarah's apartment. Martin's abrupt disappearance following a confrontation with Edward, a reclusive tenant, cast a shadow of suspicion over the enigmatic figure. Delving into Edward's past revealed a pattern of transient residency, a penchant for top-floor accommodations, and a penchant for solitude. A chilling discovery awaited investigators at a remote cabin: photographs of apartment residents, intricate notes on building structures, and journals chronicling the specimens he observed. The cabin harbored a sinister secret, a corkboard adorned with missing persons reports, all residents from Edward's past dwellings. Beneath it, the floor bore scars of a dark past, hinting at unspeakable deeds. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth, unearthing the remains of Edward's victims. As forensic teams endeavored to identify the deceased, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building, the crawl spaces now sealed. Yet whispers of unseen movements persisted among residents. During security system installations, a chilling discovery awaited: a new notebook tucked in a corner, signaling Edward's elusive presence. The notebook's foreboding message hinted at Edward's continued evasion, his new lair concealed from prying eyes. Officers raced to evacuate Sarah, only to find her apartment deserted, a cryptic message etched on the bathroom mirror: "Look up." The revelation of a removed ceiling panel above the shower spurred a frantic search for Sarah, now missing. The hunt for Edward, known as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker, continues, his expertise in building structures aiding his malevolent schemes. Thermal scans revealed no signs of his current hideout within the walls, leaving Sarah's fate shrouded in uncertainty, her story entwined with a web of disappearances across state lines. Detective Morris, haunted by the phantom footsteps echoing in the night, finds himself gazing upward, pondering the unseen presence that once lurked above Sarah. The silence of his own home amplifies the sense of foreboding, a lingering question of who else might be listening in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting victim. Story 22. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its time-worn walls holding secrets of bygone days. The heating system let out a low, mournful groan, the pipes rattling in a familiar rhythm. It was all part of the building's character, or so she reassured herself. But then one night, a faint yet unmistakable voice drifted through the vents, cutting through the silence like a ghostly whisper. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors chatting on the phone. This was different. This voice was calling out to her, whispering her name in a hauntingly intimate manner. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. As she did, a chill breeze brushed past her cheek, and then almost teasingly the voice spoke again. "I know you can hear me." In the stillness of the vacant apartment, Detective Morgan Shaw stood frozen in the dim light, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. Around her, the forensics team meticulously combed through the scene, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been absent for a week before her absence was noticed by the building's caretaker. What they uncovered within the ventilation system was beyond comprehension. Reports of voices heard through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. The building management dismissed her claims, attributing them to the building's aging infrastructure. Kneeling by the vent, Shaw observed the deep, frantic scratch marks surrounding it. These marks were not the work of tools. They resembled the desperate clawing of fingernails trying to escape from within. The unsettling realization dawned on Shaw someone had been trapped inside, struggling to break free. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing plants, had exhibited signs of paranoia in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. Her sister, during an emotional interview, revealed Alina's conviction that she was being watched and spoken to through the vents of her apartment. Shaw scanned the room with a newfound perspective, noting the meticulous arrangement of personal items and the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been perched there, listening intently. The forensic findings unveiled chilling revelations. Fibers matching Alina's clothing caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, Shaw listened to the recordings, the patter of rain on the roof providing a haunting backdrop to Alina's trembling voice seeking validation from the unseen entity. Delving into the building's history, Shaw uncovered a disturbing pattern previous tenants had abruptly vacated, citing strange noises and hallucinations of voices emanating from the walls. Suspicion fell on Harold Weber, the long-serving building superintendent, whose unnervingly composed demeanor cracked under Shaw's scrutiny. Weber's vague responses and avoidance raised red flags, hinting at deeper involvement in the mysterious occurrences. The investigation took a macabre turn when a hidden access panel was discovered in Alina's bathroom, leading to a concealed maintenance passage that snaked through the walls, granting access to the building's ventilation system. Within this clandestine passage, a trove of belongings, food wrappers, a flashlight, a water bottle hinted at a clandestine presence lurking within the building's infrastructure. A search of Weber's apartment unearthed a meticulously organized collection of audio recordings, photographs, and journals detailing his obsession with Alina and other tenants. The evidence painted a chilling picture of a voyeuristic predator who had been living within the walls, whispering his twisted desires to unsuspecting victims. Weber's arrest, marked by a serene acceptance, revealed a deeply disturbed individual who believed he was a conduit for the building's voice, luring victims into a nightmarish symbiosis with the structure. The tragic fate of Alina, sedated and led into the labyrinthine vents, echoed the harrowing experiences of previous tenants who had fallen prey to Weber's insidious games. As the trial unfolded, Weber's facade of calm shattered, revealing a calculative mind behind the facade of delusion. The jury's swift verdict of guilt affirmed the horrors perpetrated by the man who believed the building spoke through him. In the aftermath, the once haunted apartment building stood empty, its walls bearing witness to unspeakable atrocities. Despite attempts at renovation and change of ownership, whispers still echoed through the vents, a chilling reminder of the malevolent presence that once dwelled within. The groans of the heating system, the rattling of pipes, it all seemed like the building's mournful lament for the souls it had unwittingly ensnared. Residents came and went, unable to shake the feeling of being watched, of hearing faint whispers carried on the drafts that circulated through the aged structure. It was an unsettling reality they grappled with, reassuring themselves that it was nothing out of the ordinary. At least, that's what they desperately clung to in the dead of night, as the building murmured its secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 23. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived for Sarah Miller, concealed in a plain envelope without a return address. Its brass surface, weathered by time, held an inexplicable familiarity that stirred a sense of unease within her. As she attempted the key in every lock she possessed, none yielded to its touch. It did not belong to her realm. Yet when the key rested upon her coffee table, a haunting echo reverberated through the hallway from the old grandfather clock, long silenced by the passage of years. Sarah, unsettled by this inexplicable occurrence, sought the assistance of local authorities to shed light on the enigma that had found its way to her doorstep. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer dismissed the significance of the key's arrival as a mere mistake of delivery. But Sarah's intuition refused to be silenced. A disquieting feeling whispered of shadows dancing beneath the surface of her reality. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, unaware of the harrowing chain of events it would set in motion. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a talent for unraveling the intricacies of the human psyche, found himself drawn into the web of mystery woven by the innocuous brass key that now lay upon his desk, casting a shadow of foreboding across his thoughts. Background inquiries into Sarah's life revealed a woman of unblemished character, a retired teacher with ties severed by the hands of time, her days now spent in the solitude of widowhood, her children scattered across distant horizons. No trace of malfeasance tainted her past, no whispers of deceit lingered in her wake. She was, by all accounts, an unwitting recipient of a sinister puzzle piece. Forensic scrutiny unveiled no fingerprints upon the key save for Sarah's own, the envelope barren of clues save for a generic postmark devoid of meaning. The key itself, a common schlage worn by age, harbored secrets untold, its significance veiled behind a curtain of enigma. A breakthrough emerged when Detective Harmon delved into the depths of the department's archives, unearthing a connection between the key's unique pattern and a cold case shrouded in shadows. 7 years prior, a storage unit bearing a matching key had unveiled a chamber of horror's blood-stained remnants, tools of cutting, and portraits of women lost to the world, their identities cloaked in mystery. The hunt for answers led to Harold Jenkins, a phantom of a man who had once walked the same streets as Sarah, now vanished into the mists of obscurity. His presence, a specter haunting the fringes of normalcy, hinted at a malevolence deeper than the eye could perceive. As the investigation delved into the recesses of Jenkins' past, a chilling portrait emerged, a man of transient existence, his movements shrouded in shadow, his intentions veiled behind a mask of normalcy. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a picture of a predator lurking in the guise of an unassuming neighbor. The revelation of a hidden chamber beneath the floorboards of a cabin, bearing the weight of unspeakable atrocities, shattered the fragile peace of the community. Rows of keys, each engraved with a name and date, whispered of lives lost and souls stolen, their echoes reverberating through the annals of time. The manhunt for Jenkins, now christened the Keymaster by a horrified populace, spanned the breadth of the nation, a race against darkness to bring a shadow to light. In the depths of the wilderness, a final confrontation played out a tragic symphony of despair ending in the silence of a self-inflicted wound. In the aftermath, a journal bore witness to Jenkins' descent into madness, his final words a chilling testament to the darkness that had consumed him. 32 victims, their stories forever etched in the annals of tragedy, found closure in the wake of his demise, their voices finally heard in the stillness of remembrance. Sarah, forever changed by the brush of malevolence that had grazed her existence, turned away from the shadows that lurked at the edges of her reality. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mystery, now stood as a sentinel of the horrors that had come knocking at her door. The keys, silent witnesses to the crimes of a man lost to darkness, whispered of lives cut short and destinies unfulfilled, a poignant reminder of the fragility of innocence in a world where monsters wear masks of normalcy. Story 24. The hotel stood in a forgotten corner, its facade worn and weary, a haven for transient souls seeking only a night's respite. The key exchanged hands from the clerk to her, accompanied by a cryptic warning, a hushed plea to avoid the last door on the left. Intrigue danced in her mind as she ventured down the shadowed corridor that night, her steps hushed on the threadbare carpet. Pausing before the fateful door, a chill gripped the handle, sending shivers down her spine. To the eye, it mirrored its brethren, blending seamlessly into the nondescript hallway, yet, as she leaned closer, a faint breath whispered from the other side, a haunting presence stirring within. Awakening from her slumber, Detective Morgan Reed treaded into the heart of darkness, crossing the threshold marked by yellow tape that whispered of tragedy. The stench of iron and decay wafted through the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had marred the room. Amidst the discord of pristine surroundings, a young woman lay lifeless, her golden locks splayed like a halo, eyes fixed on eternity in a frozen mask of shock. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent witness to the brutality that had unfolded. The forensic technician's sterile voice pierced the silence, recounting the grim familiarity of the scene, a pattern emerging, a signature of death repeated. Reed absorbed the somber truth, the victim's elegance juxtaposed against the motel's squalor, a stark reminder of the unknown darkness that lurked within the mundane. Back at the station, the pieces of the puzzle began to form a chilling picture, a series of tragedies linked by a thread of malevolence. Reed's gaze lingered on the faces of the fallen, their similarities echoing a tale of horror that gripped the community in fear. As the investigation deepened, shadows of doubt clouded the path ahead, veiling the truth in a shroud of uncertainty. A breakthrough came in the form of a whisper from the victim's sister, unraveling a web of secrets that led to a man known only as C. Reed delved into the depths of the victim's world, uncovering a clandestine affair that bore the mark of betrayal. The suspect, Charles Emerson, exuded a facade of innocence, a mask that crumbled under the weight of evidence that spoke of guilt. The interrogation room bore witness to the unraveling of a sinister plot, an intricate tapestry of deceit and obsession woven by a man driven to protect his fragile illusions at any cost. The trial unfolded like a dark symphony, each note echoing the tragedy that had befallen the victims. Emerson's hollow gaze met Reed's, a reflection of the void that lay within a void where empathy had long been extinguished. In the aftermath, as justice was served and the headlines faded, Reed found herself haunted by the echoes of the past. The keys to the motel rooms, once symbols of transient comfort, now stood as grim reminders of the horrors that had transpired behind closed doors. As she walked down hotel corridors, she felt the weight of untold stories pressing against the walls, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed. And in the silence of the evidence locker, the keys remained, tethered to a past that refused to be forgotten, a testament to the darkness that dwells within the human heart. Story 25. The old wooden plank shifted under her weight, revealing a secret beneath her feet. Intrigued, she knelt down, tracing the edges of the loose board. The floor whispered of hidden mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Gently, she lifted the boards, unveiling a shadowy, cramped space beneath the house. In the dim light, she saw the outlines of a mattress, a chair, and a worn notebook tucked in the corner. The notebook's pages were filled with a single name, her own name, written over and over. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the abyss beneath her new home. The fear in Sarah's eyes transcended mere surprise. It hinted at a violation of her sanctuary, an intrusion of darkness into her fresh beginning. "Please don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice cut through the tension, steady and commanding. With a click, her flashlight painted the hidden chamber in stark relief. The walls were adorned with snapshots of Sarah, images captured in secret, documenting her every move. A shrine of obsession, meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting steps. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the late Walter Green, an elderly recluse who left no heirs behind. The property had stood vacant for months, its history shrouded in silence. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and minor renovations, omitting any hint of the clandestine chamber lying in wait. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors spoke of his solitude. I was under the impression that the basement access had long been sealed. The inspection report never alluded to this." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their tools echoed through the wooden floors, heralding the beginning of a meticulous search for clues. Photographs were taken, evidence was logged, and the mattress, chair, and notebook were carefully extracted from their clandestine resting place. Forensic analysis later unveiled a tapestry of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden lair. The investigators were unsettled by the timeline they unraveled. Utility records and dated photographs painted a picture of Walter's clandestine surveillance of Sarah spanning at least 3 years before his demise. He had shadowed her steps, mirrored her routines, and existed on the periphery of her life without her ever suspecting his presence. "The level of fixation is concerning," the department psychologist remarked during a briefing. "From fantasy to intent, the progression is evident. The hidden chamber suggests a deeper, more sinister plan in motion." Detective Reed's investigation took a sharp turn upon interviewing Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center's maintenance department. The man's uneasy demeanor betrayed a guilty secret as he fidgeted with his wedding band, revealing fragmented memories of Walter's fixation on Sarah. "He spoke of her from time to time," the coworker confessed. "Said she reminded him of someone else. I brushed it off as harmless infatuation. I had no idea." Reed's warrant led to the discovery of a key in Walter's workplace locker, unlocking a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door groaned open, unveiling an eerie replica of Sarah's former dwelling furniture, decorations, and even a mannequin mimicking her presence. The calendar ominously marked a date shortly after Walter's passing, adorned with a single word, "together." Further probing into Walter's past revealed a troubled history of institutionalization due to an earlier fixation in his youth. His fixation on Sarah seemed to reignite dormant obsessions, leading him down a dark path of twisted desires. In the aftermath, Sarah chose to sell the house, haunted by the specter of Walter's presence. During the final walkthrough, she confided in her realtor, pondering the sinister what-ifs that might have unfolded had fate not intervened. The case was closed posthumously, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a chilling echo of the fate narrowly avoided. Sarah relocated, cloaking herself in anonymity, guarded against the shadows of the past that threatened to resurface. The cottage passed into new hands, oblivious to its dark legacy. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, and life continued its steady march. But for those privy to the truth, the tale of the secret room beneath the floorboards lingered, a somber reminder of the unseen perils that lurk, of the monsters that evade capture, and the victims who narrowly escape their grasp. Story 26, The Abandoned Apartment. The apartment had stood silent and empty for what felt like an eternity, its walls holding secrets that whispered in the shadows. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were as dusty as the air within, perhaps a few forgotten remnants left behind by those who had once called this place home. But one door, stubborn and unyielding, refused to open to their gentle coaxing. It stood sentry over a mystery, locked from within, hiding a tale that begged to be told. With a sense of trepidation, the landlord summoned the strength to break the seal of that obstinate door. Anticipation hung heavy in the air, mingling with the dust of neglect. The tenants braced themselves for the mundane sight of old coats or discarded relics. Yet what greeted their eyes sent a shiver down their spines. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven scars that spoke of desperation and confinement. In the corner, a relic of the past lay dormant, a forgotten flip phone, its screen a faint glow in the dimness, holding onto a single unread message like a ghostly echo. Detective Morgan Shaw, with her keen eye for the unseen, felt a chill creep up her spine at the sight. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that set her on edge, but the haunting implications of those scratch marks a silent testament to someone's fight for freedom, for survival within the confines of that suffocating space. "We need forensics now," she murmured to her steadfast partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the evidence with his camera. As the pieces of the puzzle began to form a sinister picture, Shaw delved deeper into the past of the apartment's previous tenant. The landlord, a man plagued by nervous energy and clammy palms, revealed fragments of a tale that seemed to slip between the cracks of reality. A young woman, name of Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unpaid rent and unanswered questions. Forensics uncovered a chilling revelation. Within those walls scratches traces of blood, most belonging to Emma herself, but with two enigmatic DNA samples that defied explanation. One matched a man long declared dead, throwing a shadow of doubt over the supposed finality of his demise. As Shaw pieced together the fragments of Emma's life, a pattern emerged: a sister left in the dark, a mysterious boyfriend shrouded in secrecy, and an unknown number that whispered like a phantom in the night. The shadows deepened as surveillance footage unveiled a ghostly figure, a man with a hidden face trailing in Emma's wake like a specter of her past. And when the fingerprints of the deceased Derek Mercer were found within that claustrophobic closet, the truth began to unravel like a thread leading into a labyrinth of darkness. "He faked his death," Shaw murmured, her voice a whisper in the silence that enveloped them. The connection between Emma, Derek, and another missing woman, Lynette Porter, wove a tapestry of dread that stretched across time and space. Lynette's voice, hollow and haunted, echoed the horrors she had endured at the hands of a madman who thrived on the suffering of his captives. The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned far and wide, a shadow looming over every corner of the investigation. His chilling profile painted a portrait of a man consumed by a twisted desire to watch hope wither and die in the darkness of confinement. And when the final confrontation came, Mercer's calm facade crumbled under the weight of his own depravity, revealing a darkness that no light could penetrate. As the trial unfolded, the intricate web of deceit and horror spun by Mercer unraveled before the eyes of justice. The truth, stark and unyielding, painted a picture of a man who thrived on the agony of his victims, leaving behind a trail of broken lives and shattered dreams. Emma's fate, sealed within the confines of that closet, whispered a tale of silent screams and futile struggles against an implacable foe. The verdict, swift and resolute, sealed Mercer's fate within the confines of a prison cell, a lifetime spent in the shadows of his own making. And as Lynette Porter stood tall in the light of justice, her words echoed through the courtroom like a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. The case of Emma Caldwell and the twisted legacy of Derek Mercer left a mark on Detective Shaw, a reminder that the most harrowing crimes often lurk in the unseen corners of the human heart. And as she gazed upon the door from Emma's apartment, mounted as a solemn reminder in her office, Shaw knew that some mysteries were never meant to be forgotten, their echoes lingering in the stillness of the night. Story 27. The small town nestled at the edge of the woods held a secret, one whispered about in hushed tones by the locals. It was the house that stood alone, forgotten by time, its mysteries hidden behind blackened windows and a porch tired from years of neglect. No one dared to claim ownership of the house, and its origins were lost in the whispers of the wind. One fateful day, a group of curious hikers strayed too close to the house's weathered exterior. As they peered closer, they noticed something peculiar, names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep as if eternally engraved. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untouched by the passage of time, was a name that none of them recognized. It hung in the air, a ghostly presence among the other names, until one of the hikers breathed out in trembling disbelief, "That's mine." When the call came in to the local dispatch, it was noted as a routine trespassing report. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who made the chilling discovery, spoke with a quiver in his voice as he recounted finding his own name etched into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected a simple case of mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry, but what they encountered defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as night draped its cloak over the forest, her flashlight cutting through the darkness to reveal the haunting facade of the house. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the eastern wall like a macabre tribute to the missing. Some names had faded with age, barely visible against the worn wood, while others remained sharp and clear, as if carved only yesterday. And at the end of the list, Mason Wright stood out, the carving still fresh with the scent of sawdust lingering in the air. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason insisted, his words mingling with the cold breath that escaped his lips. "I cannot comprehend how my name came to be here." The investigation unfolded with meticulous care, delving into the backgrounds of each name listed on the wall. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years, their disappearances shrouded in mystery. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open wounds, but a common thread bound them all: the victims had vanished while hiking alone in the woods. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years to a tragic tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a single hiking boot by a babbling stream. As Detective Keller delved deeper into Mason's story, finding no connections to the other names or the house, suspicion turned towards his companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, revealed eerie details in the pictures she had taken during their hike. Hidden in the background of 3 photos was a blurry figure, tall and slender, always lurking amidst the trees. "We encountered no one else on our journey," Emily insisted, her voice tinged with unease. "We would have remembered such a presence." Determined to unravel the enigma, Detective Keller led a search of the abandoned house's interior. Dust coated every surface, and broken furniture littered the rooms, but it was in the basement where the truth lay hidden. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on shelves, each item tagged with a name from the wall outside. Watches frozen in time, backpacks holding untold secrets, cameras capturing moments lost to eternity, and wallets with stories left untold. The evidence painted a chilling picture of a meticulous collector. Under the stark glare of ultraviolet light, bloodstains whispered of the horrors that had transpired in the depths of the house. Despite no bodies found buried beneath the structure, the cadaver dog's relentless alerts at the forest's edge hinted at a darker truth waiting to be unveiled. As the investigation spiraled into the unknown, Mason Wright's demeanor took a turn for the worse. He spoke of unseen whispers outside his home, fresh footprints leading to his door but never away, and shadowy figures haunting his every step. Protecting him became a top priority, yet paranoia gripped his every waking moment. A breakthrough emerged when buried land records revealed the house's elusive owner Victor Blackwood, a reclusive hunter who vanished without a trace 15 years prior. Descriptions of Blackwood painted a portrait of an unsettlingly tall, gaunt man who shunned society and dwelled in the shadows. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a comprehensive search of the surrounding forest, uncovering a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along popular hiking trails. Within one blind lay a journal, detailing Blackwood's twisted obsession with his unsuspecting prey. The entries grew increasingly sinister, culminating in elaborate plans of pursuit and capture. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, with helicopters scouring the forest canopy and tactical teams combing every crevice. Yet the elusive hunter remained a phantom, slipping through their grasp like a ghost in the night. Mason Wright withdrew from the world, his disappearance mirroring those before him. During a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, a hidden workshop concealed a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a chilling name, the lead forensic technician who had processed the house. The technician had vanished, leaving behind a void that echoed with unanswered questions. With a veil of secrecy shrouding the house, surveillance systems stood vigilant, awaiting the inevitable return of the elusive figure. 3 nights of tense anticipation culminated in sensors alerting to an intruder's presence. Security footage captured a specter emerging from the forest, a towering silhouette moving with unnatural grace towards the house. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras blinked, losing sight of the figure momentarily. When the feed returned, the phantom had vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. The house stood sentinel, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered within its walls. To this day, the abandoned house remains under constant watch, a haunting reminder of the names etched into its siding. Mason Wright and the missing technician were never found, their fates entwined with the shadows that danced in the forest. The investigation presses on, drawing upon new resources as whispers of similar disappearances echo through other wooded realms. The names on the wall have become a cautionary tale, a whispered legend that sends shivers down the spines of those who dare to speak of them. Some officers refuse to utter the names aloud, while others turn away from the chilling case altogether. and the local hikers, once drawn to the forest's edge, now steer clear of the house's haunting presence, fearful of becoming the next silent addition to that dreadful list of names, the names that no one dares to speak.